Whee! I can fly. I believe that I can fly. Whee! Hey, what time is it?
It's past your bedtime, and it's Podblast time! Yeah! That's right, it's Podblast time. How you doing? We're well into 2023, and I have a jam-packed show for you today as we're live. Golly! God, I can't wait to get started. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I've had a case of laryngitis and some other issues that prevented me from going live till now, so I'm a little late to the party, but it's 2023. Oh my God, I can't wait to get started. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite, because it bites. No, I'm just kidding. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper, obviously. This is your show, your weird, wonderful, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. We've got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey would say at the beginning of Family Feud that he hosts. But while we're live today, you can comment in Facebook Live or call in. The number, the live line, toll free, is 770-438-1050. Your thoughts and comments will be read on the air today, good or bad. But today, we're going to pay our respects to pretty much all of the notable pop culturally significant souls who left us in January 2022. I don't want to have another 7-hour show. My gosh, the last time I went live a couple of weeks ago, I went 7 hours. That's a record. And that is crazy to expect anyone to listen to more than maybe an hour of my nonsense, much less 7 hours. But it was packed with information. And of course, you can stop and restart and all that sort of thing. I mean, I wouldn't waste your time. It's just going that long. It just doesn't make sense for you or for me. But last time I went that long because Al Hardy, our friend, cut me off after 90 minutes when we did a show at his house with guest Ron Goss. But listen, we're going to go over some people that really made a difference. They really mattered. If they mattered then, we're going to remember them now, today on the Nostalgic Podblast. And I have clips. You're going to hear from these lost souls from beyond the grave in their own words, so stay tuned. Also, we're going to discuss things that are still around today, but we're much better back in the day in terms of quality. We're talking foods, we're talking restaurants, we're talking shows, comedy, but mostly foods. We'll talk about it. And we have our usual feature, the TV cliche of the week, coming up, which is a preposterous plot device we see in TV shows that would never, ever happen in reality. That's what I call the TV cliche of the week. I also have for you a new segment that I launched a couple weeks ago that I call Appropriate Then, Inappropriate Now. And we have the fake rant of the week coming at you. I'm going to report to you some censorship in DVD home video releases of classic television shows that were quite shocking, and I got some clips for you of that. Listen, if movies are released uncensored in the home video market, then why the hell are TV shows being censored? This makes no sense to me. And wait till you hear about this censorship. In terms of current pop culture, I got some Netflix tips for you. Got a lot of clips, a lot of audio of just memorable moments of these lost stars and other stuff, current and past. Also, the University of Georgia college football coach Kirby Smart made an unfortunate analogy live on ESPN after the Peach Bowl at the end of 2022 that wasn't so smart. But we love him. I will explain. It could have been taken out of context. I'm on his side, so just stay with me. But wait to hear this analogy he made. It's pretty wild. Also, I want to ask you this. Should I do a future installment on the Nostalgic Podblasts? I think it would be controversial. Here's why. It would be about movies with this topic. The greatest stalker stories ever told. Let me know. You decide. Should I do that topic in a future Podblast or not? There's all sorts of movies that dealt with horrible stalking incidents, like, I'll give you one, The Seduction with Morgan Fairchild, whole bunch of other ones too that you may have forgotten about, but are memorable once I remind you about them. I don't know. That might be too controversial for our family show. I don't know. And I'm not glorifying this. Just saying. It's a job. I try to do things I don't hear my colleagues and competition talking about. But you decide. I got all that for you and a whole lot more in this new live edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. But we got to start with this. Some breaking pop culture news. Former child actor Adan Rich, best known as Little Nicholas on 8 is Enough, has died. This is from NBC News. Quote, Adan Rich, the youngest member of the 8 is Enough television ensemble, has died at the age of 54 at his Los Angeles home on Saturday. By the way, it said had died. Don't these people have editors? I've talked about this on the Podblast before. Major news outlets and major platforms in the publishing world, they have just glaring mistakes with their spelling and grammar. It just irks me, but I self-corrected there. I'm going to back up. I'll read it as it says on the NBC News website. Adan Rich, the youngest member of the 8 is Enough television ensemble, had died at the age of 54 at his Los Angeles home Saturday. Well, you know what? They may have been correct. I'm the idiot here. Because that makes perfect sense the way it was written. Now, this is serious. You know, I'm a little upbeat on caffeine right now and sugar. No drugs. Our friend Al Hardy actually accused me of being on dope. What are you, on dope? As Mr. Hand said, the fictional Mr. Hand in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, played by the great Ray Walston. God rest his soul. No, I'm just caffeinated. I have my coffee right here. There's nothing in it but caffeine, sugar, and cream. But I guess I am on a drug in the form of caffeine, a legal drug, but whatever. Getting back to the NBC News article about the passing of Adan Rich, which is very serious. An official cause of death is pending a scheduled autopsy, according to the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office. Adan Rich's spokesman, Danny Delaney, described Adan Rich as a, quote, wonderful guy, unquote, who was, quote, really America's little brother, unquote. Continuing, Danny Delaney says, quote, he was kind, generous, and a warrior in the fight against mental illness, unquote, Delaney said. He was so unselfish and always looked out for those that he cared about, which is why many people who grew up with Adan Rich feel greatly sad today. Adan Rich entered American households as Nicholas Bradford in the 1977 sitcom 8 is Enough. This actually was a dramedy. Got to correct the writer here. It had a laugh track, which was kind of stupid, but it was a drama as well as a comedy. It was not a sitcom. It was an hour-long show. Typically, a sitcom is 30 minutes in length in terms of network television, especially back in the 70s. So got to correct that. And I am right about that. The youngest member of the Bradford fictional family, which was based on a true story. I don't think they mentioned this in the article. Thomas Braden wrote a book about his family that the TV show was based on. I'm going to talk about that later. Have a brief little history lesson about 8 is Enough, the television show that lasted 5 seasons on ABC. But Adan Rich endeared himself to viewers as the mopped-topped child star, meaning a mop on his head. He had a haircut kind of like a bowl cut. And I'm going to talk about that because to young boys of the time, it was the equivalent of Farrah Fawcett to moms and young ladies in those days. I mean, it was like a fad, his hairstyle. And I remember on the Battlestar Galactica original show that debuted in September 1978, September 17th, 1978 on ABC, you had this character Boxy, played by Noah Hathaway. He had the similar haircut. But Adan Rich started that trend. Anyway, anyone my age and Generation X remembers Boxy, remembers Battlestar Galactica, and certainly remembers Adam Rich. Also, Adam Rich did voice acting work playing Presto the Magician in the 1983 Dungeons and Dragons cartoon series. Rich appeared in guest starring roles on other hit shows such as The Love Boat, Chips, and Baywatch. I remember Chips. It was Roller Disco. He played himself. It was an all-star 90-minute episode, the season 3 premiere of Chips. And you had like Vic Tayback, who played Mel and Alice. I could go on and on and on. I mean, tons of stars playing themselves, supposedly at a charity event, and Ponch set up. Anyway, Roller Disco. And Leif Garrett was the star of that as well. And he's supposed to play a character in that, but he plays his songs. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. Adam Rich's last credits are from 2003 when he played himself in Dickie Roberts, former child star, along with a guest spot portraying Crocodile Dundee in Reel, as in a movie reel, Reel, Real Comedy. And that's the end of the NBC News article. So he also was in a show called Code Red. A gentleman named Adam, of all names, he commented in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group and mentioned Code Red. He knows, I think he's in Argentina. He knows Adam Rich from that show that only lasted a few episodes and not from 8 is Enough, which is not surprising. It was more of an action show. I didn't watch it. I've seen a few clips on YouTube of Code Red, but Adam Rich starred in that right after 8 is Enough ended. So about that mop bowl cut haircut that Adam had, like I said, it was the equivalent to boys as the Farrah Fawcett hairstyle was to girls and women. Anyway, it was kind of a thing. But I remember right before 8 is Enough started, I mean like weeks before, Adam Rich guest starred in a notable episode of The $6 Million Man, which was a takeoff on the Charles Dickens classic A Christmas Carol. It's called A Bionic Christmas Carol. And I want to talk briefly about that. I've mentioned that before on the show. I want to play just a little bit of how the original theme to 8 is Enough sounded. And this is an instrumental version by Earl Hagen, who actually did the musical theme to old shows like Gomer Pyle, USMC, and other stuff. But before they had that sappy, corny theme song, I Am Gonna Play, that was sung by one of the actors on the show, this was the instrumental version. I guess I'll just give you my overview of 8 is Enough as this plays. Listen. So here's some brief history about 8 is Enough and Adam Rich. Adam Rich was born on Saturday, October 12th, 1968 in Brooklyn, New York. Now, over 46 years ago, the premiere of 8 is Enough made its debut on ABC TV on Tuesday, March 15th, 1977 at 8:30 p.m. It was on the same night as the premiere of Three's Company on that network. 102 one-hour episodes and 5 two-hour episodes were filmed during 5 television seasons of 8 is Enough on ABC TV. The last time that 8 is Enough aired on ABC TV in prime time was on Saturday, August 29th, 1981, which was a rerun. This dramatic comedy series was based on a semi-autobiographical novel titled 8 is Enough by Thomas Braden, as I mentioned. The show was about a newspaper columnist named Tom Bradford and his large Catholic family living in Sacramento, California, which consisted of 8 kids ranging in ages from 8 to 23 years of age when the series began. Now, in the pilot and first aired episode, Mark Hamill, the future Luke Skywalker in Star Wars, portrayed the firstborn Bradford offspring named David Bradford. Mark Hamill did not want to get locked into a weekly series and asked to be released from his contract after the show was picked up by ABC TV. It was a Laura Moore production. Laura Moore later produced Dallas, Knots Landing. Warner Brothers now owns the rights to 8 is Enough, and they released all 5 seasons on DVD. So when Mark Hamill bowed out, and it was weird because he was in the very first episode that aired, and then next week, there's a new head on this guy, David Bradford, in the form of actor Grant Goodeve, who sang the later version of the theme I'm about to play. So Grant Goodeve took over the role of David Bradford in the second aired episode. And he retained that role throughout the entire run and in 2 reunion specials. There were other cast changes made, such as the original actor Chris English, who played Tommy Bradford in the pilot in the first episode, which was titled Never Try Eating Nectarine Since Juice May Dispense. Well, that guy Chris English was replaced by Willie Ames. Actress Kimberly Beck was also switched with Diane Kay. Diane Kay, by the way, she played the pretty 18-year-old daughter Nancy, and the actress Diane Kay went on to star in a Steven Spielberg-directed movie, 1941, about the World War II conflict with John Belushi. Good movie. The critics sort of bashed it, but I think it was great. It didn't do as well as Jaws at the box office or Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but I liked it. And that was a good role for Diane Kay. She should have been a bigger star. She had a good look. Anyway, the oldest daughter and second-born Bradford was Mary, played by Lonnie O'Grady, who was the real sister of Don Grady. And Don Grady was known for playing Robbie Douglas on My Three Sons. Sadly, Lonnie O'Grady died on Tuesday, September 25th, 2001 from an overdose of prescription medication, Vicodin and Prozac, at the age of 46. She had no children. Her brother Don O'Grady died of cancer on Wednesday, June 27th, 2012. The other Bradford kid actors in the cast were Connie Needham as 15-year-old Elizabeth, the girl that liked to talk on the phone all the time, hog the phone line. Back then you had one phone line, maybe 2, but there was no call waiting. If you had 7 brothers and sisters and you were hogging the phone, you were pretty much dead meat. Also in the cast, Lori Walters played 20-year-old Joni Bradford. Susan Richardson was 19-year-old daughter Susan. And, of course, Adan Rich was 8-year-old Nicholas. And Dick Van Patten was cast as Tom Bradford, the head of the household. Originally, actress Diana Hyland played Joan Bradford, the mother of the 8 children, in the first season, until her death from cancer on March 27, 1977, after season 1 had wrapped filming. Reportedly, she died in the arms of John Travolta, who she was romantically involved with in real life. She played his mom in the TV movie The Boy in the Plastic Bubble. Now, instead of recasting the role of Joan Bradford, when Diana Hyland passed away, the writers crafted into the storyline that she'd actually died. And during season 2, a new character named Sandra Sue Abbott, Abby for short, was introduced, who was the middle son Tommy Bradford's tutor, who eventually married Tom Bradford and became the family's stepmother. Stage actress Betty Buckley, who was in the movie Carrie around that time, played Abby. Now, reportedly, stage actress Betty Buckley resented working on 8 Is Enough, since she supposedly felt it was beneath her. As the series progressed, talking about 8 Is Enough here, the instrumental main theme I'm playing right now was replaced in season 3. Now, Fred Werner's also credited for scoring the theme, and Earl Hagen fine-tuned that theme, who I mentioned, who had scored the theme to Gomer Pyle USMC years before the debut of 8 Is Enough. But in season 3, this music was replaced by a sappy song sung by the actor Grant Goodeve in the cast, who played David Bradford, replacing Mark Hamill. And of course, he played the eldest son, David Bradford. This main tune with lyrics was first heard in a late season 2 episode that had a story involving the Bradford family entering a talent show in which David performed the song. Now, season 4 saw the introduction of a new character, a New York Mets Major League Baseball pitcher, character named Merle the Pearl Stockwell, played by Brian Patrick Clark, who eventually married Susan Bradford, played by Susan Richardson. They had a kid in the show. In season 5, Abby introduced her troubled nephew, Jeremy Andretti, who was portrayed by future Karate Kid Ralph Macchio. Now, this was not a Cousin Oliver jump the shark moment, as it happened with the Brady Bunch with Cousin Oliver, since the character of Jeremy was actually a good addition to the stories in 8 Is Enough. But ABC stupidly moved the show from Wednesday nights at 8, where it had been comfortably sitting And doing well in the ratings since the start of season 2, well, the network moved to Saturday nights at 8 towards the end of season 5, which of course caused the Nielsen ratings to tank. Lorimar Productions produced the series, as I mentioned previously, a company founded on February 1st, 1969, who had major television hit shows such as The Waltons, Family Matters down the line, Dallas, Knots Landing, Falcon Crest, Full House, among others. In 1993, Lorimar was dissolved and was absorbed by Warner Brothers Television and Warner Brothers Company. Research. I'm going to play that theme here in a second, the sappy theme that most people know the show by. 2 reunion movies of the week were filmed and aired on NBC TV, not ABC. It was on NBC. The first one was titled An 8 is Enough Reunion, which aired on Sunday, October 18th, 1987. Forgot to mention David's Bride. Oh, she was cute. Forget the actress name. Prather played David's wife, and they had like a troubled relationship on the show. But she came back in that reunion. But get this, who didn't come back was uppity, shouldn't say that, but reportedly uppity Betty Buckley as Abby. Mary Fran replaced Betty Buckley as Abby in that first TV reunion film from 1987. Now you may remember Mary Fran. I know her from Rockford Files. She guest starred in Rockford Files back in the day with God dang. James, God dang, I hate this when I have a brain toot. Help me out, somebody. I'm going to look in the comments in a minute, but James Garner, thank you. James Garner, it came to my brain. My brain cells are still intact, thank God. But I remember Mary Fran from episodes of James Garner's The Rockford Files, but she also was in Newhart, more importantly. She played Bob Newhart's wife in that show from 82 until 88, I think. Yeah, 82 to 88. Now, that first reunion movie, sorry, I didn't mean to blow in your ear there, and It Is a Reunion was followed up by An 8 is Enough Wedding, which aired on Sunday, October 15th, 1989, this time with another actress playing Abby, Sandy Faison, Faison. But like I said, the series 8 is Enough utilized a laugh track, which was kind of dumb. And Warner Brothers released the entire 5-season regular series run on DVD. And I don't know if it's streaming anywhere. We're going to talk about some shows that are not streaming that you can only find on DVD, and some censorship in DVD that really ticked me off when I bought a set. I'm going to talk about in just a little bit. We're going to wrap on this topic. I really was taken aback because I've interacted with Adan Rich and just didn't see this coming. I know he was troubled. He did have reportedly substance abuse issues going way back to his like single-digit childhood days. Can you believe it? I mean, man, really, really sad stuff. Supposedly he got help and he got clean and sober. Again, as I said in the NBC News article, details are to follow in terms of an autopsy. Man, I hope it wasn't drugs. It's just sad he's dead. I mean, I think he was only 54 years old. Damn. But like I said, just before 8 is Enough premiered, there was an awesome $6 Million Man episode from season 4 of that show that aired on December 12th, 1976, titled A Bionic Christmas Carol with Adan Rich. And it was a retelling of the Charles Dickens classic with Fast Times at Ridgemont High's teacher of Jeff Spicoli, Mr. Hand, Ray Walston, playing the modern-day Scrooge on the $6 Million Man. I don't know. I just love that character. And, of course, he was in My Favorite Martian in the 60s with Bill Bixby. You know Ray Walston. He's had an illustrious career. He's no longer with us, sadly, but just what a remarkable character actor Ray Walston was. But he was a modern-day Scrooge in the $6 Million Man, and Adan Rich played his great-nephew. Check out this cast from that episode of $6 Million Man. Dick Sargent played Adan Rich's dad in that. He's best known as the second Darren on Bewitched. Quinn Cummings, the future co-star of the show Family, played Adan Rich's sister in that $6 Million Man. Antoinette Bauer was in it as Adan Rich's mother in that episode. You probably won't know who she is. A lot of you do. I have a lot of savvy people in the Nostalgic Podblast audience, or podience for like podcast, who know who she is. And she was in that as well. And also, there's a scene where Colonel Steve Austin goes Christmas shopping, and right there at the checkout counter at the toy store was a toy that I loved. It was the Jaws toy shark game. Now, the $6 Million Man was a Universal TV show, and Jaws was a Universal picture at the movie. So it was kind of like cross promotion. And I got that for Christmas too, that toy. And that game you had a plastic shark, the Jaws shark, and you took a plastic hook and you tried to fish out objects that the shark had eaten. All sorts of things, bones and cans. And the object, like I said, was to retrieve as many things the shark ate as possible without having the Jaws stop your hook. Love that game. And also in that scene where Colonel Steve Austin is Christmas shopping, was a Kenner Steve Austin action figure right there. I mean, talk about crass product placement and a paradox to boot, because it's Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man, within the $6 Million Man. And I had that toy. You look through the back of his head, and it was supposed to simulate bionic vision, and which it didn't really do. And it was just a killer action figure, not a doll. Young men had action figures. Girls had Barbie dolls. By the way, there's someone I need to get with who has a bunch of boxed Barbie dolls I'm going to help sell if I can, and I'm not going to get a dime from it. I'm just going to point this girl in the right direction. Help her sell this stuff quickly. So, I want to get serious. I'm going to let's play a little bit of that promised sappy 8 is Enough theme, and then I'm going to look at your comments as I play that. And this was sung by Grant Goodeve. And then I'll play the longer version. Yeah, I'm going to do that. This is a nostalgia show. Let's hear. This is how the aired version sounded, though. Oh, Jesus. Please, Lord, don't do this to me now. Not now. Not while I'm live. Let me back it up here. Here we go. There's a magic in the early morning we found, when the sunrise smiles on everything around. It's a portrait of the happiness that we feel and always will. Oh, it is enough to fill our lives with love. Oh, we spend our days like bright and shiny new dimes. If we're ever puzzled by the changing time, there's a plate of homemade wishes on the kitchen windowsill, and it is enough to fill our lives with love. I mean, it's memorable, very, very corny. Now, here is, let's see, this is the version from the season 2 episode. I don't know how the audio quality is going to be. Let me just play a little bit of it. The lyrics are longer. It's pretty lame, I know. Let me just play it, just for historical. Here we go.
When you belong to a large family, sometimes you forget you're a member.
A member?
And, well...
That means penis in some circles.
Saying thank you to them for not forgetting about me.
It makes me think of John Belushi in Animal House, smashing that guy's guitar to bits.
When the sunrise smiles on everything around, it's a portrait of the happiness that we feel and always will. It is enough to fill our lives with love. Oh, we're lucky we can share this beautiful space. So many find the world an empty place. Anyone who has to stand alone is only standing still.
Kill me now!
It is enough to fill our lives with love. Oh, love makes all the difference now. And one that
Like a dime bag.
Never puzzled by the changing time. There's a plate of homemade wishes on the kitchen windowsill, and it is enough to fill our lives with love. More than enough to fill our lives with love.
Hit that high note, brother. Oh, man. No, but seriously, though, it is sad about Adan Rich. Yeah, he was troubled, but, I mean, 54 years old, that little kid. God dang. Let's seriously raise a glass to Adan Rich, and actually to all the fallen child actors. I'm raising my coffee right now to him. Salute. And I know I'm a little late to do this because I haven't been able to do a Podblast because of laryngitis that I got. But I want to toast everybody to the new year. And I'm going to play the original. By the way, I did a test of this on New Year's Day 2023 in the Nostalgic Podblast group. And I had people write me because I had on camera something we're going to talk about later. It was a video of an ABC Afterschool Special, Please Don't Hit Me, Mom, starring Patty Duke and her real-life son, Sean Astin. And actually, a couple of people wrote me and said, were you abused? Are you trying to say something here? I said, no. That's the only video or visual aid I have for the camera of the ABC Afterschool Special. That's all that was. And also, I wanted to test whether the bots would get me for playing Guy Lombardo's 1947 classic of this. Here's wishing everyone listening or watching right now a safe, healthy, and prosperous 2023. Recently, I was enjoying some of the best Chinese food in the Atlanta area at a place called China Moon. And I'm not sure what this means. But I grab a fortune cookie after my meal, open it, and there's no fortune in the damn cookie. Now, I'm trying to decipher what this means. Does no fortune in a fortune cookie mean that 2023 is my last year on this earth? Maybe it means it's just going to be a bad year for me. Or perhaps this is a joke fortune cookie that someone occasionally throws in the mix with no fortune in it, kind of like a gag birthday candle that you struggle to blow out and you can't blow out the candles on your birthday to try to make that wish. I don't know, but it's probably just a manufacturing error. At least I hope that's the case. But seriously, Happy New Year to all. I'm just a little late getting this show out because it's pretty deep into 2023. I want to play something for you now. Where the hell is it? Well, let's do this. I'm going to just briefly mention that according to the Chinese calendar and the Asian continent, in terms of the Asian culture, in the Far East, have something really brief for you from the Japan Times and writer Catherine with a K, Wortley. What to expect in this 2023, which is the year of the rabbit. As the year of the tiger comes to an end on January 21st, 2023, and the year of the rabbit begins, we can expect an abrupt change of pace as we say goodbye to the roaring tiger and hello to the milder rabbit. Both anatomically and behaviorally, tigers and rabbits could hardly be more different from each other. The same is true for the corresponding zodiac years, according to astrologists. Yeah, I don't know if you believe in this, Jazz, or not. I believe in a whole bunch of different philosophies, so I put a little stock into this. The rabbit is historically known as the gentlest and most tender of the 12 animals in the Chinese zodiac, the traditional classification scheme based on the lunar calendar that assigns an animal and its attributes to each year on the calendar. In 2022, life was characterized by strength, vitality, and growth, underpinned by the dynamicism of the tiger, according to the Chinese zodiac. Moreover, as the year was designated as Yang, the active principle of the universe in ancient Chinese philosophy, people may have felt enthusiasm, positivity, and productivity, but also restless and inflexibility. I sure as hell didn't feel any positivity in 2022. Hell no. The upcoming year of the rabbit, however, embodies yin, the passive principle of the universe, which manifests in relaxation, fluidity, quietness, and contemplation. If 2022 felt fast, hard, or busy, 2023 will offer opportunities for contemplation, rest, and nurturing of the body and soul in an attempt to provide balance under the basic concept of yin and yang, that opposite forces complement one another to offer harmony overall. All right, I'm going to stop it there in the interest of time. I edited this article, but it's at japantimes.co. It's a pretty interesting article, and there's an audio piece too. If you don't want to read it, there's a soothing female voice. It's 11 minutes long that goes over this entire article. So now let's talk about Kirby Smart. Just a brief bit about college football, if we could. We're going to talk about the Peach Bowl from last year at the end of 2022, and this goes back a ways as we're live. But I have an interesting clip to play of something that Kirby Smart said. Now, excuse me. Now, how about the Georgia Bulldogs? It's pretty rare. Let me get my visual aid for them. I have something I want to show for the camera. By the way, if you're listening at FistFulOfRadio.com, you can catch the video of this in the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel or in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. But YouTube is easier because there's a lot of posts and information in the Facebook group, so the video gets buried. I only pin the better episodes to the top. Not saying this isn't a good episode, but it won't be pinned to the top. So head to the YouTube and please subscribe if you don't mind. That would be nice. And it's free. What's in it for you is we have a contest I'll announce later in terms of subscriptions and how it will benefit you directly. So anyway, going back to the Peach Bowl game, which was on New Year's Eve 2022, and it lasted into 2023, where the Southeastern Conference team and defending NCAA football champs, the University of Georgia Bulldogs, narrowly defeated Eastern Division of the Big Ten Conference college football juggernaut, the Ohio State Buckeyes. So UGA and their quarterback Stetson Bennett came back at the very end of the game and literally won it as we rang in 2023. It was pretty freaking dramatic. And the winner of the game was actually determined by a field goal attempt by Ohio State's kicker named Noah Ruggles. And as most of you know, Ruggles shanked the ball with one of the worst field goal attempts I've ever seen. Now, it was at the 50-yard line, a 50-yard field goal attempt, so the odds were not in Ruggles' favor. That said, when you watch that kick, it's like a rerun of the old Bewitched sitcom where the good witch Samantha twitched her nose and made the kick go awry in a comical way. I mean, it was way off the mark. Even at 50 yards, I mean, it wasn't even close. And literally, as the clock struck midnight, when the ball landed, we ushered in 2023 as the Bulldogs won that game, the Peach Bowl. in Atlanta, Georgia. It was incredible. Now, I have some astounding audio from the end of that Peach Bowl game where the incredible, talented University of Football head coach Kirby Smart made a very strange analogy. Let me pull that up for you now, and let's listen to this. I have two versions of this audio. And believe me, I'm going somewhere with this. And I'm not knocking him. That'd be stupid to do. Let's listen to the first version. Let's listen to Kirby Smart.
Proud of these guys. They never quit. They never say die. They were like a sniper tonight. They came out shooting, and they never quit shooting.
I'm so proud of these guys. They were like a sniper. They came out shooting, and they never stopped shooting or quit shooting. Let me replay that to get it accurate. And this is on ESPN right after the game.
I'm so proud of these guys. They never quit. They never say die. They were like a sniper tonight. They came out shooting, and they never quit shooting. Kirby, congratulations. Got another championship trophy.
Okay. I got to cue something up. All right. So what the hell is he saying there? Comparing his squad to snipers in today's weary of mass shooting climate was beyond insensitive. And this was on national cable television on ESPN out of New York. And many of these on-air personalities in the media, especially up north and in California, always disrespect and belittle the South as a bunch of hate-mongering hicks and hayseeds. At least that's how the white Southerners are demonized. And after what went down in Las Vegas, Nevada, back on Sunday, October 1st, 2017, with the worst mass shooting in U.S. history by a sniper, a white man, I'll add, I don't think comparing your team to shooting snipers is a very good idea. But yeah, I get it. Adrenaline is at the max. You just pulled off the win of the year when it looked like your guys were going to lose, and you're proud. And it's live TV. It's a moment in a moment. And it's excusable and forgivable for sure. I just think it was an unfortunate choice of words that no one's talking about. But however, maybe I played that clip out of context. And context matters. That's my point I'm going to make. I'm not bashing this guy. Believe me. Let's listen to the full clip, which does explain why Kirby Smart made that analogy. Here we go.
It's a reigning. All season long, it's a reigning champions. You've talked about doing the hunting instead of being the hunted. So what is one more hunting trip like going against TCU for the national championship? Well, after watching that performance we just had, we got a lot to clean up. We'll move on to TCU tomorrow. I'm so proud of these guys. They never quit. They never say die. They were like a sniper tonight. They came out shooting, and they never quit shooting.
Okay. So now I get so Coach Kirby Smart was goaded into that analogy by the interviewer who referred to the University of Georgia football offense as a bunch of hunters. That's where the sniper and shooter comments came from. See how context matters and makes a difference when audio is played of an interview. It really does. And we wish the University of Georgia Bulldogs and their two-peat as the NCAA reigning champions all the best as they continue to build a dynasty. I don't think they need my luck. That's for damn sure. Incredible. They're the best. 2 years in a row, they won the national title. It's incredible. Good shit. Good stuff. Excuse my language. Let's get back to pop culture talk. Item. So we talked in a recent Podblast about the best heist movies of all time. Well, I found a great heist show on Netflix. It's called Kaleidoscope, which is an 8-part show about billions of dollars of U.S. bonds from pre-1982 years that are up for grabs. Now, why are bonds prior to 1982 so desirable? Let me take two. So why are bonds prior to 1982 so desirable by crooks? Well, they're not registered, meaning you can cash in these bonds made before 1982 with no questions asked. So this show Kaleidoscope is about elaborate scams surrounding finding these U.S. bonds, and it's loosely based on the real-life disappearance of $7 billion in bonds from an impenetrable vault in downtown Manhattan in New York City during Hurricane Sandy. A master thief and his crew attempt the most elaborate heist ever, but are betrayed by their own greed. There are 8 initial episodes, and get this, they're color-coded. You can watch them also in any order you wish, and it will still make sense. So if you like heist dramas, this Netflix original Kaleidoscope is for you. Item. One of the greatest rock guitarists of all time will be a knight. Now, not a Jedi Knight. That shit ain't real. Of course not. No, I'm talking about Brian May of Queen, one of the best guitar players ever. And knock on wood, he's still alive, thank God. He's going to be knighted as part of King Charles's first New Year honors list. The founding member of Queen and guitarist Brian May received a knighthood as part of the UK's New Year Honours List, the annual compendium of awards handed out at the end of each year by the reigning monarch. The list, which was released recently, is the first under King Charles III, who actually will be coronated on May the 6th, 2023. It's the first time he's had a list after his mother, Queen Elizabeth II's death in September 2022, after 70 years on the British throne. So Brian May, who is also an animal welfare advocate with a PhD in astrophysics, was named a CBE, or, if you will, a Knight's Bachelor. Quote, for services to music and to charity, unquote, according to the official list, which named more than 1,000 winners across the fields of government, philanthropy, the arts, sports, science, and industry in the UK and internationally. So congratulations to future Sir Brian May, the lead guitarist of Queen. Playing catch up here, since this was a while ago, but I have another piece of music history for you, and I'm going to play a live performance of this song. If I could get my crap together. Got it right here for you. Talking about the great band Yes. Back on Tuesday, January 4th, 1972, the band Yes released their hit tune Roundabout in the United States of America. And that's 51 years ago, over 51 years ago. Now, the song is long. It's like a Bohemian Rhapsody that Queen put out. It's 8 minutes, 30 seconds long. It was originally recorded on Wednesday, August 11th, 1971. I'm going to take a break as we listen to a live performance of Roundabout. I may not play the whole thing. I mean, that's 8.5 minutes long. I don't want anyone to tune out. But I do need to take a break. Let's listen to a little bit of this. And this actually is from a 1991 live performance. And I think this is pretty good. I chose this because the audio is pretty strong. If I can get the damn thing to play. Just a moment. And then I'm going to see if there's any comments that came in and address that. And be thinking of this. Who died in 2022 that was most shocking to you? Feel free to call in or comment. 770-438-1050 is the number. And I want to hear what you think. What death? I'm only going to cover January 2022 in the interest of time because I pulled some clips of each of these people. I only have about 9 that I'm going to go over tonight. So not trying to have false advertising here. There were so many things here in 2023 I wanted to cover that I just prepared a little bit too much, and I don't want to have another 7-hour show. Let's see, well, I don't know why the hell I can't get this to go. We may not be listening to Yes Roundabout. Let me just try one more time. God. Shucks. I'll get it to go. Let's see here. Last call for Roundabout. Last call. Woo! Damn!
Miners come out of the sky, they stand there. 24 before my love, I'll be there. Yes, I will.
There's nothing like a live performance in a live concert, folks. There's just not. Continuing on with some brief, semi-music related news. This is sad. over 25 years ago now, back on Monday, January 5th, 1998, actor, comedian, singer, and politician Sonny Bono died in a skiing accident. He hit a tree. This is very serious. I'm not making light of this, folks. When I was a senior in high school, there was a poor girl. I'm not going to mention her name. She wasn't a poor girl at all, but her fate was very sad. She died in a skiing accident hitting a tree. And the school dedicated a tree to her. I thought that was bizarre. I thought, that didn't make sense to me. I don't think they were mocking anything, certainly not, but it's just think, dedicate a statue, or something. A tree. But in happier times in terms of Sonny Bono, the Sonny and Cher Comedy Hour premiered on CBS on Sunday, August 1st, 1971. And it ended its initial 3-season TV run back on Wednesday, February 13th, 1974. God, that was days before my sister was born. After taking most of 1974 and the entire year of 1975 off, the Sonny and Cher duo returned to CBS in a new hour-long musical variety show with a new title, The Sonny and Cher Show, which debuted on Sunday, February 1st, 1976. This new show last aired on Monday, August 29th, 1977, lasting 2 seasons. I remember they introduced their daughter, who, now looks like me, actually, Chastity Bono. I've always thought I look like she does now. Anyway, Chastity is their kid, the only kid they had, I guess. Yeah, I know. Now it's time, item, for the fake rant of the week. I have a question for you guys and gals out there in the audience. So how many of you still buy your favorite movies in 4K, Blu-ray, or even DVD? By the way, at the top of the show, I played the Neil Norman version of Superman, the movie, the theme by John Williams. It's a version that Paul Schaefer used to play on Late Night with David Letterman on NBC when they would do a funny segment of mocking or poking fun at Marlon Brando. I think it was Chris Elliott. He come out impersonating Marlon Brando, and The World's Most Dangerous Band. I don't think it was called that quite yet, no. But Paul Schaefer would play the Neil Norman version of Superman the movie, the theme. It was pretty cool. Anyway, the reason I played that, it was announced in 2023 Warner Brothers is going to release the Christopher Reeves Superman movies in 4K. And hopefully they'll have the additional scenes. Like I've said before, I love the 3-hour, 8-minute version of Superman the movie that was released by Warner Brothers back in 2017 on Blu-ray. Hopefully they'll convert it in stereo. Anyway, I'm all over the place. Let's get back to the rant of the week. So my question was, how many of you still buy your content on 4K, Blu-ray, or even DVD? Now, most people obviously stream their entertainment, but I'm a collector of my favorite music, movies, TV shows, and I'm sure that many of you out there are the same as me. Yes, streaming rules the school and is in, as is the technology. It's just so convenient, but what streams today may not necessarily stream tomorrow. We've talked about the streaming shell game, as I call it. Case in point, the beloved sitcom Friends, which was killing it on Netflix and setting records of downloads. Well, it was suddenly removed from Netflix, and it was moved by NBC Universal Comcast, who owns the show, to its own streaming service, Peacock. So if you only have Netflix and not Peacock, you're no longer able to stream Friends. Which is why it's nice if you have the shelf space and the means to own your favorite programs. If you enjoy rewatching things that you like every few years or so, or whenever you feel like it. I mean, we are our own program directors, choosing what we want to watch, when we want to watch it. And hell, we've been doing that since the days of the Betamax and the VCR, or video cassette recorder. That's what VCR stands for. The VHS videotape with the built-in timer, remember that? And then they took it a step further around 1987. They had a device called the VCR Plus, which was a push-button numeric code system where you'd program the machine to automatically record what you selected. And the TV Guide, they'd have VCR Plus codes. This was the first TiVo, or DVR. But what's cool, of course, about the TiVo and the DVR is that you don't need any like hardware or really software such as videotapes or DVDs. It's all stored internally on a hard drive. I have one here for the camera. This is an old Comcast 2007 hard drive. I'm telling on myself a little because you're not supposed to do this. But I had a DVR box go bad, and I was doing some acting in Atlanta, and I appeared in things as featured extra, and I had some lines, some things. I had recorded things I had acted in that are not available to purchase on home video. And when the damn box broke, I was pretty much poop out of water. I mean, I had put stuff on to DVD, but I didn't have a way to record it in high definition 1080 progressive scan 1080p. So what did I do? I removed the drive and replaced it with an old computer drive, and they never do. They just junked it. But you know what? I think that's like an FCC thing, so I shouldn't say that. But this is what it looks like for the camera. This, and you just hook it up to, you can install it to a new drive and then watch the programming that's on there. That's a full, it's a 99% full capacity. That's my old, I've had it from 2007 to I think 2013 is when the thing went kaput. And I just removed the brains of it. Anyway, I'm probably going to get a knock on my door. Shouldn't have disclosed that. But I've been meaning to talk about that for a while. All right, so so really, what's kind of cool about the DVR is, but being stored internally, is that you can later convert it to DVD. And even HD. I don't have a way to do it in HD, but if you have like a DVD recorder, as I do, you can transfer anything you record. I just love the invention of the DVR. And with Pluto TV and streaming, there is a Roku box that has a DVR in it. So even with streaming, you're able to record things. I just love the way technology is going. But the point of my rant is this. And I'm going to explain why I'm showing a box set of every episode of Barnaby Jones on camera in a minute. Excuse me. People who still purchase their favorite entertainment to keep it in a physical form, like those watching this edition of your live nostalgic Podblast, or listening to this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, at FistFulOfRadio, FistFulOfRadio.com, Apple Podcasts, TuneIn, Stitcher, Spotify, Google, wherever. I would direct you to our YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or our Facebook group, The Nostalgic, with a C, The Nostalgic Podblast, so that you can see my ugly mug. No, it's because I want you to see the items that I'm talking about. And you can fast forward, and I use the visual aids as a marker. So you can stop. If you see like Stetson Bennett, you'll know I'm talking about the University of Georgia football team, the Bulldogs, for instance. So I use visual aids as a stopper because I do go long. And that's the reason I do that. And then I try to put marks, like if you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to get better at this, of having a chapter mark. And I'll say, okay, here's where I talk about the latest Marvel movie, or here's where I talk about Adan Rich. Go here. And then you click it, boom, you're there. And you can cut through the other bullshit that I said. Actually, it's not bullshit. Excuse my language. I try to keep this as a family show. Just a little wound up on caffeine. It's not drugs. I'm drug free. I assure you. Just sugar. And there's articles. Here's what's in it for you. Actually, on the Nostalgic Podblast group, I think most people just like the articles. They don't give a flip about what I say or broadcast. It's about the articles, and I write them. I research them. I try to make it interesting for you as I remember similar memories that we all share. That's what it's all about. It's fun. It's nostalgia. I try not to talk politics. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I want this to be literally a happy place for you to go to take your mind off your troubles and think about more pleasant days of the past and the present. But there you go. So here's the deal, and here's my rant. When you buy a movie on home video, those that do like I do, that still buy Blu-ray, 4K, and DVD, when you buy a movie on home video, whatever the format, it's uncensored, right? An R-rated movie is an R-rated movie. A PG or PG-13 rated film is in its original theatrical form, correct? Okay, then why are television shows censored? Case in point. On camera, you'll see a Barnaby Jones DVD set. That's the entire series set. Well, initially, only the first season was released on DVD, which was back on Wednesday, September 8th, 2010 by CBS Paramount. Well, the fourth episode from season 1, titled The Murdering Class, which originally aired back on March 4th, 1973, was censored for home video. I can understand them censoring it for broadcast because there are sensitive audience members out there. But a word was bleeped out on the damn DVD. I'm going to play you the clip. You can hear where it's censored on the DVD. And I will explain. I think I have the clip pulled right up here now for you as we're live in the Nostalgic Podblast. Yes, this is it. Here we go. Man, I don't know what the hell's going on with my clips tonight.
And clears the blot from the Enright escutcheon. But how? We have to throw a little light on the in the woodpile.
He said the N-word.
I was thinking that it's inconceivable that Paul Thayer, class vice president, honors student, etc., is the type of young man who goes around robbing people and killing them in fits of temper. But he is.
He's trying to frame a black man. The character is a tennis instructor who had just ribbed this guy. This is a rich prick. And he uses the N-word, and I am not in any way trying to glorify that. Don't misunderstand. Believe me, I have other instances of censorship. It's not about the N-word. I'm just making a point that why are TV shows being censored and movies are not? Is Django Unchained censored when you buy it on home video? I don't think so. Pulp Fiction, Bulworth, Blazing Saddles, are those censored? No. So why are TV shows being censored? I don't. Someone at CBS Paramount made that call, and the thing is, it's supposed to demonstrate, though it was written back in 1972, late 72, it aired in 73, as I said, was to demonstrate what a jerk and a douchebag this character is, and he's trying to frame an innocent black person because he is insecure, and there's other things he does in the show besides saying that the disgusting word that demonstrate what an ass this character is. So I don't understand that, why it was censored. Anyway, that's part of my rant, but there's also more about this set that I take issue with besides the censorship. It was probably a millennial that did it, I think. Incidentally, the term millennial is spelled with 2 letter N's. But here's the thing. As I said, the scene in its original form was intended to demonstrate what a demon this asshole is. Excuse my French. It's definitely not glorifying the word, like rap music does much of the time. Now, like I said, if this was an edit for broadcast TV, that's perfectly acceptable. But for a home video release, which knowledgeable collectors are buying, that's unacceptable. In fact, there are several TV shows that have been released on DVD over the years that have the N-word in it. Specifically the shows that Sony owns. And it has the N-word intact, such as All in the Family, The Jeffersons, Good Times, Sanford and Son, and many more. Now granted, in those cases, it's mostly black actors uttering that offensive slur. But think about this. In most cases, a white person wrote the script. One of the saddest usages of the N-word was on TV on Little House on the Prairie, when little Todd Bridges, before Different Strokes, said it. I'm going to play it. I want to warn you, this is an African-American actor saying it, but it's sad. I want to play this. And Lionsgate Entertainment released these Little House on the Prairie episodes. They released every episode starting in 2013 in Blu-ray, including 90-minute episodes that had never been seen since their original broadcast, because in reruns you have a 1-hour time slot, not a 90-minute time slot. And it wasn't long enough to cut into a 2-hour format. Let's listen to Little Todd Bridges. This is really heartbreaking and sad, but let's listen to it if I can get it to play. Here it is. Little House on the Prairie. I'm going to tell you about it. There's a point to this.
Last week I had you write an essay about the things.
There we go.
Now, last week I had you write an essay about the things that you liked the most. This week I thought it might be fun if we wrote an essay about the things that we disliked the most. Solomon?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you think of something that you dislike?
Being a nigga. How do you mean nothing bad? The teacher asked a question and I just answered it.
Why'd you say it?
'Cause it's the truth. If and I was right, my pa'd still be alive. Being a nigga killed my pa. You answer me something, sir.
If I can.
Would you like to live to be 100?
I'm sure I would. It's not very likely, but I guess all of us like to live to a ripe old age.
Would you rather be black and live to be 100, or white and live to be 50?
Man, that's deep. And of course, Michael Landon passed away in 1991 of pancreatic cancer in real life, but we're talking about fiction here. That's a very powerful scene. That was a season 3 episode of Little House on the Prairie titled The Wisdom of Solomon, which aired back on Monday, March 7th, 1977. Different Strokes premiered on that same network, NBC, on Friday, November 3rd, 1978, about a year and a half later after that episode. By the way, Todd Bridges is the only original main Different Strokes cast member who still survives. Now, actor Danny Cooksey is still alive, who played Sam, but he came along late in the show, Different Strokes. He was kind of like the cousin Oliver of Different Strokes, if you will, and he's 47 years old now. By the way, I forgot to do a post on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. Todd Bridges turned 58 years of age back on January 6th, 2023. He overcame his demons, and I hope that Adan Rich did, and he passed away of maybe... I'm not glad he passed away, don't misunderstand, but I hope it wasn't drugs. I hope he didn't relapse. Anyway, getting back to my rant, let's talk a little bit about Barnaby Jones, this Quinn Martin dramatic series. I'm going to play a little bit of the opening titles. And the theme was by Jerry Goldsmith, by the way. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. I'm having issues with my clips tonight, doggone it. Let's see if this will go. This is the season 8 version of the Barnaby Jones theme. I have other issues with the DVD set besides that one little bit of censorship. They also released cut episodes, which really pissed me off as a person that spent good money on this.
Barnaby Jones, a QM production, starring Buddy Ebsen. Also starring Lee Merriweather, Mark Shera, with guest stars Kenneth Mars, Thomas Havens, Lorene Tuttle, Mark Goddard, Laurie Walsh. Tonight's episode, The Killin' Cousin.
The Killin' Cousin. That's Hank Sims, one of the great announcers who would introduce the guest stars in the episode title of those awesome Quinn Martin shows. Talk about it in a second. You know, that was a serious clip of Todd Bridges acting as a little child. And after he said that, I was going to come back and say, "What you talking about, Willis?" But I thought it was inappropriate. Just so you know, I had that written in my little script in my notes. But I did a little self-editing. I thought that would not be appropriate because that's a very serious, very sad scene. The Quinn Martin shows, a lot of people get them confused with another production company. This one. After the end credits, you saw an anvil in some shows, and it said Mark 7 Limited. Mark 7 Limited Productions was Jack Webb's production company from Dragnet, not Quinn Martin. Mark 7 Productions started in 1951, and it ended when Jack Webb died in 1982. And I love that show he produced, Jack Webb. It was short-lived, but it was called Project UFO, based on real FBI files of incidents with unidentified flying objects. Great show. But back to Barnaby Jones. I had never seen this show until I recently, back in 2022, got on a Beverly Hillbillies kick. And speaking of the Beverly Hillbillies, in 2023, MeTV began airing the classic sitcom in prime time at 9 p.m., which is nice. So since I enjoyed Buddy Ebsen's comedic performances in the Beverly Hillbillies. And again, most of those I'd never seen. So I know this is old stuff. You're like, man, you're talking about something that's over 50 years old. I know, I get it. But it's new to me, just like Barnaby Jones is. Let me explain, please. I've always been a fan of other Quinn Martin shows, such as The Untouchables, The Fugitive, 12 O'Clock High, which is based on the movie of the same title, and The Invaders that I've talked about ad nauseum, and many other shows under that Quinn Martin umbrella. I decided to watch Barnaby Jones with the use of my trusty Xfinity X1 platform DVR, because Barnaby Jones airs on MeTV at 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, which technically is Tuesday through Saturday at 4 a.m. I don't want to talk too long about Barnaby Jones, but I'll just say that just like the other Quinn Martin TV shows of the past, Barnaby Jones holds up very well. It has excellent plots, acting, music, and direction. Most of you have known this for over 45 years, but this is new to me. So some brief history about Barnaby Jones. It aired on CBS for 8 television seasons, beginning as a winter replacement show, just as The Invaders was on ABC. The Invaders started as what's called a winter replacement show, which is just like it sounds. It's a second season, if you will, of a new show that would start in January of the next year. And that's what Barnaby Jones did. The Invaders debuted on January 10th, 1967 on ABC. And Barnaby Jones, just like The Invaders, it was a winter replacement show, which started on CBS, Barnaby Jones did, on January 28th, 1973. In the pilot and first episode of Barnaby Jones, the character of Barnaby comes out of retirement as a private investigator when his son is killed. And incidentally, the actor who played Barnaby's son was way too old to play his son, in my opinion. And Quinn Martin's casting directors always were excellent and spot on. But I just thought, if you watch the first episode of Barnaby Jones, which is going to start, it's going to air soon on MeTV. They're about to recycle. They're towards the middle of season 8 right now, the final season. So it'll be on. And the actor who kills his son is, the character who kills Barnaby's son is played by Bradford Dillman, who did some movies in the 70s. And man, he was in a movie that really freaked me out. It really shaped my psyche, called Bug from 1975. I'll talk about it in a future Podblast in detail, but that movie was freaky as hell about these killer bugs that come out of an earthquake. Anyway, Bradford Dillman's in it. But Bradford Dillman played the guy that kills Barnaby Jones' son in the very first episode. And Barnaby's daughter-in-law, Betty, was played by former Miss America winner Lee Merriweather, who played Catwoman in Batman the movie the one time in 1966. She guest starred also in a 1967 Batman as a different character, the Adam West Batman. And she was in The Time Tunnel, which lasted one season on ABC 66-67 season. But she, in this show, joins his firm to assist Barnaby in solving cases he's hired to unravel. And by the way, Lee Merriweather is really, really nice in real life. I met her and her daughters at I hate to mention it because I've got issues with this place. I don't like the founder of this convention, but it's one of the biggest conventions in the country next to the San Diego Comic-Con, Dragon Con. I met her and her daughters there, and she was so nice. I think it was in 2007. And I have tons of autographs of hers. She gave me a trade. Like I just mentioned in conversation, I said, I have the Family Feud you were on, the all-time greats, and I have the Fugitive you did. And she perked up. She's like, oh my gosh, I would love to have that. I haven't seen that. This is right, a few years before the DVDs were released. So now it's plentiful. Back then it wasn't so plentiful. I recorded it off broadcast TV. And she goes, would you send me that on tape? And she gave me her PO address. I said, yeah. And she goes, well, I'll give you some extra autographs. And I did. I sent her the Family Feud. Thing is, I couldn't find that Fugitive. I looked and looked and looked, and I couldn't find it. So I didn't mean to short her. I sent her the Family Feuds she was in. She played on the Batman team, Batman versus Lost in Space. We talked about it in the Podblast before. It was from 1983. Great series of charity specials of great classic TV casts playing against each other. By the way, Fremantle Media did release the best of All-Star Family Feud on DVD, which I highly recommend if you're a TV nut like I am, classic TV. It has Larry Hagman's on it, had the cast of Dallas in their heyday. It's right before the Who Shot JR episode aired, where he had like a contract, Larry Hagman negotiation issue, where all of a sudden he was kind of at another level. It was right before that aired. So, but he was having fun, Larry Hagman. Those are just, man, they're great fun. And Lonnie O'Grady, the 8 is Enough kids, we talked about her, how she passed away sadly in 2001 of prescription drug abuse. She and the rest of and Adam Rich, they're all on those specials. And back then, Family Feud was a big ratings draw in the beginning. And really up until, I guess, 1980, 81, it was just doing killer ratings, and they had primetime specials. Those were some of the first primetime network game show charity specials. Family Feud. They had syndicated ones like Match Game PM, but we're talking network here. But getting back to Barnaby Jones, I'm all over the place. In season 5 of Barnaby Jones, an actor named Mark Shera joined the main cast as Barnaby's cousin and young law student Jedediah Romano Jones, JR for short. And again, he debuted in fall of 76. This is before there was a J.R. Ewing. So this JR came first. And SWAT had just been canceled. That's where this actor came from in those days. Mark Shera was on SWAT for a season and a half. It was a winter replacement show on ABC starting in January 75. It was a spinoff of The Rookies, and it was a 2-hour episode of The Rookies called SWAT, and that has never surfaced to this day. I've been looking for a film print of it. When they released the entire series of the original SWAT, not the one on CBS Now in prime time, the original one, they never included the pilot. It's a 2-hour special episode, and some of the opening credits of SWAT are from that pilot. Man, I've been trying to find that for the last, I'd say, 6 months. I've only been on the hunt for a little while. I'm going to find it. I'll find a film print of it if I can. But anyway, Mark Shera, he was best known as Officer Dominic Luca in the original SWAT by Aaron Spelling and Leonard Goldberg on ABC. And but here on Barnaby Jones, he was Jedediah Romano Jones, Jr. for short, and only Barnaby called him Jedediah. The final Barnaby Jones episode aired on CBS primetime back on April 3rd, 1980. There were 172 one-hour episodes that were filmed, along with 3 2-hour feature-length episodes. For instance, the season 8 premiere was a 2-hour special episode titled Nightmare in Hawaii. And actually, I shouldn't say this on the show. I'm trying to get this on film. Someone has that on eBay. Even though I have it on DVD, I'm all over the place with my rant. Let me get back to my rant. I need to get reeled in here. What I like is how Quinn Martin shows always had rock-solid actors as guest stars and as leads and regulars. Right now, I'm in the middle of watching season 3 of Barnaby Jones in my DVD set that you see on camera. But I'd seen most of seasons 6 through 8 on MeTV from my DVR. Or if I couldn't sleep, I'd watch it live. Now, back to my rant. That was a long diversion. Are you still with me? I hope so. Only season 1 was released uncut on DVD by CBS Paramount in terms of length, the length of the episodes, back on Tuesday, February 16th, 2010. Although someone decided to censor that N-word that we heard previously and we talked about. Flash forward to Friday, December 11th, 2015, a company called VEI released the entire Barnaby Jones series in DVD format. They used the uncut episodes for season 1 that CBS had cleaned up back in 2009, 2010, and they used the digitally remastered from the 35mm film elements for brilliant presentation. It looks like it was filmed yesterday. But the rest of the episodes in this complete series set, they used the prints which were the best they had to work with, which in many cases were edited for time for broadcast TV and rerun syndication. So, for instance, an episode which was originally without commercials when it aired on CBS would be either 51, 50, or 49 minutes in length, depending on, less. It was less as the series progressed. When it first started, it was 51 minutes long, just like Fugitive and Invaders. 51 minutes without commercials, then 50, and then 49. Well, get this. These episodes were cut to 46 minutes in length. Think about that. So that's like 4 or 5 minutes per episode. And only season 1, which was a winter replacement show of 13 episodes, was truly uncut. But luckily, I noticed in season 2, I'm only in the middle of season 3, but in season 2, there were some that were uncut. They weren't digitally remastered or cleaned up, but they were uncut, and I'll take it. I want uncut. With this quality writing, I mean, the writing and acting in Barnaby Jones was above average for TV. It's better than like the $6 Million Man. This was on a level of a Columbo television feature. And as I said, Quinn Martin had the best casting directors who could spot rising talent. And so far in my DVD set, I've seen Nick Nolte, Margot Kidder, the future Lois Lane in the 4 Christopher Reeve Superman movies, and many other future movie stars appear in Barnaby Jones when they were just starting out. And I've just scratched the surface on season 3. Unfortunately, all the episodes I've seen in season 3 have been 46 minutes in length and cut, which sucks. And they'll cut the very end of the show. I'll talk about that in a second. To me, here's my rant. It's just wrong to release cut versions of these high quality shows, especially for folks that are paying to see them on home video in these home video releases. The only thing I find unintentionally amusing in all of the Quinn Martin shows is the use of obvious mannequins when a character falls from a great height. Like when the one-armed man was shot by Lieutenant Gerard in the ratings record-setting Final Fugitive, for example. It was an obvious dummy that Gerard shot. And I get it. They didn't have CGI back then, but they should have got a stuntman, get some padding down there. You could tell it's a dummy. And also there's a season 2 episode of The Fugitive titled The Nicest Fellow You Ever Want to Meet, where Pat Hingle's character runs down this dude played by Tom Skerritt, future movie star from the original Top Gun and other things. And it's so fake, it's funny with that dummy. You can just tell. But back to the great casting in Quinn Martin TV programs. On Barnaby Jones, in the later seasons, I saw a young Marky Post in an episode from 1978. You just never know who's going to turn up if you're seeing these for the first time like me. And it's a treat and a trip to see these actors as they're just starting out back then. It's new to me. I know it's decades old, but it's new to me. So just love it. And on MeTV, I recently watched a very intriguing episode from season 8 of Barnaby Jones titled School of Terror, which originally aired on CBS on December 20th, 1979. In that very same episode were future movie stars Ed Harris, Madeline Stowe, Sean Penn, John Witherspoon. Do you remember Madeline Stowe? Remember her? She had a pretty good movie career going in the 1990s for a while with such movies as Blink, where she played a blind woman who had an operation to cure her sight. She was in Last of the Mohicans, 12 Monkeys. She was really, really good. She was 21 in this Barnaby Jones episode. But like I said, Sean Penn's in it, John Witherspoon, all in the same episode about drug-addicted rich kids trying to kick the habit. But there's a dope-dealing pusher who's tempting them to relapse and is trying to sell them drugs in that episode. Anyway, there's a key scene at the very end of the episode where the character played by Madeline Stowe, who is supposedly the daughter of a famous musician who's on tour around the world all the time. Well, this bad guy forces her to take heroin and tricks her into taking heroin after she's been clean and sober and doing well. And he exploits her because she thinks that her boyfriend, who hung himself due to her deeds. Like she blamed herself for this guy hanging himself. But spoiler alert, this guy didn't hang himself. He was murdered by the drug dealers. Kind of a shocking scene where you see him hung. So at the very end of the episode, Madeline Stowe's playing her character. She's all spaced out on heroin. And in the middle of a key wrap-up scene at the end of the program, it just jumps to the end credits. It's an obvious and bad edit for more commercial TV time. So what do I do when I watch that off MeTV? I pop in my DVD of that same episode hoping that the rest of the scene is there. It's not. It's not on the DVD. Now, some of the episodes, like I said, in season 2 were uncut. Just a few. And I get excited. I check the length. I hit my display button to see what the length of the episode is as it starts. And if it says 50 minutes or 49 or 51 minutes, I'm like, hot dog, it's uncut. But so far, the season 3 episodes in the first part of season 3 were 46 minutes in length. And none of them are digitally remastered, but they're uncut. I'll take uncut, except for season 1, which was digitally remastered. Talked about that a moment ago. Almost done talking about Barnaby Jones. Sorry, folks. You might be here to remember those that died in 2022 that were pop culturally significant. We're only going to cover January 2022 tonight because I just got so much information here. I packed so much in one show. I packed so much into one nostalgic Podblast, more than most shows pack in a month. I pack in one show. And I hope that if it's too long, you can stop it and restart it. And because I know that a standard length of a show, I'm not governed by time constraints, is 90 minutes. I get it. Or less, maybe an hour. So I do push the boundaries on that. Man, I praise MeTV for airing these classic TV shows in any form, whether it's cut, uncut. It's a business, of course, so they need to air commercials to quote-unquote pay the bills, as is often said. And it's actually really cool that people of meager means that can't afford to buy DVDs or Blu-rays or 4Ks of their favorite shows can watch these for free with a free digital rabbit ear system. It's free. If you're in a city that can carry the signal, if you're in an area that will pick up MeTV or Antenna TV or Buzzer. I've talked about Buzzer. I love the classic game show network. I pick it up through Xfinity. Fortunately, here in Atlanta, Xfinity Comcast picks up these diginets, as they're called, digital networks. So thus I can record them on my DVR and convert them to DVD, but that's just my own inside weird baseball there. MeTV is on channel 17 on Xfinity Comcast here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. But it just irritates me, concluding my rant here, how TV shows are released on home video with entire scenes cut out for commercial time because they're using broadcast versions. And these syndicated TV prints that are used are just chopped up, and I think that's just wrong. I mean, and I didn't see it coming because CBS Paramount did a great job with The Invaders and The Fugitive, releasing them uncut. I say release it uncut or leave it alone. Just really, it took me aback, and I was blindsided when I noticed that some of these Barnaby Jones episodes are edited, especially since CBS Paramount usually does a good job listening to the fans and the customers. For instance, when they replaced The Fugitive starting in season 2 with replaced incidental background music, which they did for seasons 2 and 4 of The Fugitive, and people complained, they reissued the episodes, restored to their original glory. So they actually care and listen to their customers, which is pretty refreshing in today's times. But then I remembered it's not just CBS Paramount, it's this company VEI who released the series onto DVD and not CBS Paramount. But it came in a nice case. I don't know if you're looking on camera. If you're listening on the radio or on podcast, you can't see it. It's a hard plastic case that opens up. It's really cool. I do like the design they put together. And I'm not saying it's VEI's fault. I mean, these may be the only prints that they have without, they don't want to spend, probably can't afford to spend the money to go back to the original negatives as CBS Paramount did back in 2009 with season 1 of Barnaby Jones, and do that with the rest of the show. But hopefully they'll do that one day and release them on Blu-ray or 4K. And by the way, it's not streaming anywhere. You can't stream Barnaby Jones on Tubi or places like that, or Crackle. I've looked before I bought the DVDs. I looked for it for streaming, and it's not out there right now. You can see a couple episodes on YouTube, but that's about it. It's a great, high quality show. Holds up well. The only thing that's dated is when they use payphones. They tend to use payphones a lot, before the cell phone. Now, there's some episodes where someone will have a car phone in their car, particularly a bad guy in a limo or something, but the good guys have to use payphones. Our heroes in Barnaby Jones. But man, here's the end of my rant. I mean, movies are not disrespected this way by being released, edited, and censored like television shows are. That's discrimination, any way you look at it. And that's my fake rant of the week. Let me calm down here. Now, I need to calm down. I'm gonna play a little musical piece. As I mentioned earlier, Superman, the movie, and the other Christopher Reeve Superman movies are going to be released for the first time in 4K. And so let's listen to more Neil Norman music pertaining to Superman. And it's right here. This is the slow portion of the movie, the romantic piece. And it doesn't have the really strange poetry that Margot Kidder had to read as Lois Lane, but this is Can You Read My Mind by Neil Norman and John Williams. funky version of that. Neil Norman, that was from like the 70s, obviously. Let's see here. Now, it's time for a feature I call Appropriate Then,
Inappropriate now.
Appropriate Then, Inappropriate Now. And this pertains, let me see if I got this on camera. This pertains to Richard Dawson, game show legend, and Family Feud. I think you know where I'm going with this. Richard Dawson, who I really like, he was born the day before my birthday, back on November 20th. That's his birthday. He's been gone since 2012, but in his heyday on Family Feud, he was the man, depending on your point of view. Richard Dawson was kissing every woman who moved on Family Feud. Even then, the Mad Magazine parody, people were a little grossed out even then, depending on, your perspective. The good thing is that Richard Dawson was an equal opportunity smoocher. Black, yellow, brown, or white, it didn't matter to Dawson. He wasn't an ageist either. Now, at times on the young end of the age spectrum, it got pretty gross, but Dawson was ahead of his time in that he didn't fat shame. He would kiss someone of girth. Dawson would gladly kiss Lizzo now. I thought it was pretty interesting. I don't think you get away with that behavior now. You'd be canceled in a heartbeat. But he was European. I mean, I've talked about this before in the Podblast. He was from a different time, a different culture. I mean, hell, in France, dudes kiss each other. I mean, and they do in America. I'm not being homophobic. I'm just saying, there's different cultures, and he was from Europe. So, anyway, I'm going to skip this next thing. It's a little too controversial. We're a family show, and I don't want to go there. Something that irritated me that I'm not going to talk about. Let's continue on the happy side of life here. Talk about our favorite foods. And I got some really good news for you here. I posted about this in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. Think back to when you were younger and it was date night, typically on Saturday night. Steak and ale was perfect for date night. Remember steak and ale? Well, guess what? It's coming back. It's coming back, baby. The first steak and ale location was opened by Norman Brinker in Dallas, Texas in 1966. The lighting was low. The bread was hot. The salad bar was stacked. And the Lowenbrow flowed. And the prices were reasonable at Steak and Ale. One of the best entrees that Steak and Ale offered was the prime rib meal with lobster tails on the side. Steak and Ale was independent until 1976 when the Pillsbury company purchased it. Remember the little doughboy? Popping fresh. Pillsbury purchased Steak and Ale in 1976, and they lumped it in with their other food emporiums of that time, including Bennigan's. Oh, I got food poisoning from Bennigan's once in the 80s. Chicken fingers. Oh, my God. And, I'm sorry, a personal thing. But back then, Pillsbury owned Bennigan's, Burger King, and Poppin' Fresh Pies, like Poppin' Fresh, their mascot, the little doughboy, among other properties. In 1976, there were 113 Steak and Ale restaurants, including their Jolly Ox, Ox brand, which was used in areas that did not allow alcohol in the business name, probably in the Bible Belt. In 1982, Pillsbury spun off the company and Bennigan's into the independent S&A restaurant group. Steak and Ale grew as one of the first chain dinner houses into its prime days in the late 1980s with 280 locations before competition that the brand helped inspire eroded its marketplace presence. In 1988, Metro Media purchased the company, S&A. In 1993, the company was merged with Metro Media Steakhouses chains Bonanza and Ponderosa. Oh, man, I remember those places. I'd go there with my grandparents, Bonanza and Ponderosa. They'd have the baked potato in the Reynolds wrap. It's just vivid memory. I remember having that baked potato in the Reynolds wrap. Anyway, I digress. But all three of these chains were operated under the S&A Restaurant Group brand: Bonanza, Ponderosa, and Steak and Ale. The S&A Restaurant Group filed for bankruptcy in July 2008, which affected the Bennigan's restaurant chain, and all of the company-owned stores closed the same day as all of the Steak and Ale restaurants back in 2008. Or shortly thereafter. The Metro Media Company also owns the Ponderosa and Bonanza Steakhouse chains, which were not affected by the bankruptcy filing because they were operated by a different subsidiary of the company, S&A. And Metro. I'm all over the place tonight. Metro Media. On Wednesday, February 11th, 2015, Chief Executive Officer, or CEO, if you will, Paul Magnamiley and his wife Gwen closed on a management buyout of the company from its parent private equity firm for an undisclosed price. This new company, called Legendary Restaurant Brands, LLC, is now 100% owner of the Bennigan's restaurant chain. Its fast casual concept they call Bennigan's on the Fly, and the Steak and Ale brand. Here's the good news, folks. In June 2020, it was announced that the first revamped Steak and Ale location was under construction in Cancun, Mexico, and was scheduled to open in 2021, with other locations eventually opening in the United States of America. Heck yes. I crave that. I hope it'll be as good. Like, we're going to talk about things that were better in the past, and I don't think it's just that our taste buds have gotten old and aged. Things are made on the cheap these days, quantity-wise, quality-wise. I hope that, it sounds like Gwen and her husband will do it right. I hope they do. I love that bread. I love just the ambiance, and it was affordable. I hope they keep it affordable. But, like I said, speaking of nostalgic restaurants, let's chat about one that's not really what it once was. I'm talking about Pizza Hut, which was founded on May 31st, 1958 in Wichita, Kansas, where Kirstie Alley was born. Talked about that in a previous show. And Pizza Hut was founded by brothers Dan and Frank Carney, who at that time were both Wichita State students when they opened their first Pizza Hut location in Wichita, Kansas. Flash forward to the year 1976. At that time, Pizza Hut allowed families to dine in for birthdays, Little League trophy events, weekend fun, first dates. But not many of these sit-down Pizza Hut restaurants exist anymore. They can be found in smaller towns. If you're lucky, like in Ellijay in North Georgia, Blue Ridge, way up north here in Georgia. I'm in the state of Georgia, in the Atlanta, Georgia area. But none near me exist anymore. There used to be one within walking distance of me next to a Steak and Ale. And it just, I used to like that. And I think the pizza was better then. I really do. It's not just my aging taste buds going bad on me. I think the ingredients were better. I know they had real hamburger. I know that part in terms of the toppings. The toppings in many cases were better quality ingredients back in the day. The Pizza Hut chain is headquartered in Plano, Texas, and it operates 17,639 restaurants worldwide as of 2020, making it the world's largest pizza chain in terms of the number of locations. Nowadays, Pizza Hut is owned by Yum Brands Incorporated. YUM, you heard right, folks. Yum Brands Incorporated, one of the world's largest restaurant companies. Now, got some TV trivia for you, and we're going to get to those that we lost in January 2022 that were pop culturally significant. Gosh, I hope this clip will play. I've had all sorts of technical problems tonight. Yeah, I want to play this for you. Oh, where the heck is it? Where are you, my little friend? Here you are. Listen to this.
My name's Jack. I used to be the Invisible Man. I mean, nobody knew I was there until they wanted to. Even my brother got a little tired of me hanging around.
Jack, get off of my back!
So I found some new friends. Now things are great. Almost.
I don't even know who you are. Super Stone Jack. But tell me something. Who's the real Jack? Jack.
Scott Bio stars in Stone. Monday on HBO.
That was an ABC Afterschool Special originally, repackaged for HBO, which will explain something that's coming up in another clip I'm about to play. Briefly want to talk about the ABC Afterschool Special. That was something for a Gen X kidder, like especially a latchkey kid, that really taught a lesson, and it was very dramatic. And they mispronounced Scott Baio's name, by the way, there, Bio. And it didn't sound like him talking. That was not his character. You know, obviously it was a different voiceover talent there. But the ABC Afterschool Special aired occasionally, weekday afternoons from Wednesday, October 4th, 1972, through Thursday, January 23rd, 1997, over a 25-year period. An important lesson was taught, usually a cautionary tale in dramatic fashion, in each of these ABC After-School Special programs. Subject matter included child abuse, illiteracy, substance abuse, teen pregnancy, and molestation. Oh, I hate to say that word. The bots are going to think something weird's going on in this show, and it's not. There's not. There were 154 hour-long specials that were produced of the ABC After-School Special. And this series of after-school specials won 54 Daytime Emmy Awards during its 25-year run. The very first ABC After-School Special from 1972 was titled Last of the Curlews, and it was about a father and son who go hunting and they debate on whether or not to kill an Eskimo curlew, which was an endangered species. Stoned, which I just played the clip of, aired on Wednesday, November 12th, 1980. And I remember vividly there's a scene where he's high rowing, and he gets hit in the head with an oar and almost drowns, Scott Baio, his character. But another noteworthy entry, I got to get the video for the camera, was titled Please Don't Hit Me, Mom, starring Patty Duke and her real-life son, Sean Astin. I'm going to show on camera the videotape release by Embassy Home Video of that. I'm going to play a clip, too. But there are a lot of good actors in Please Don't Hit Me, Mom, which aired on Wednesday, January 19th, 1983. And like I said, Patty Duke played the physically abusive mother. Also in the cast was Nancy McKeon. Remember her from The Facts of Life? Joe. Did you like Blair or Joe? A lot of people like Joe, the tomboy. Her older brother, Philip McKeon, is no longer with us. He was Tommy on Alice. But Lance Guest was in the cast. He was the star of The Last Starfighter. We've talked about him on the show. I've met him back in 2016. Really nice guy. Very talented. He was in Halloween 2. But he played Patty's other son, the older brother, to the character that her real-life son, Sean Astin, played, who was the beating victim. Let's listen to a little clip of Please Don't Hit Me, Mom. This is just a trailer, and I think it goes into the opening titles. It would show a giant gumball machine. Remember that? It's on YouTube, too. You can, if you're wondering where you can find these, they did release some of these episodes on...
Thank you for the nice present.
On DVD. Back in 2004, 2005, but they're very expensive on Amazon and eBay. Very expensive to find. And they had a particular set that had a school bus that housed the DVDs. It was kind of a neat little design. But let's listen to the original preview. Now, it's the next clip that has the opening titles to the ABC After School Special. But here's the original 1981 ABC promo to Please Don't Hit Me, Mom. And it has a little bit of Code Red with Adan Rich, who we miss, who recently passed away.
Sunday, Patty Duke Astin in the premiere of the ABC Theater for Young Americans.
I had it with you, Brian.
Why do otherwise loving parents do it? And who can the child turn to for help?
Did your mother make those bruises on your back?
Please don't hit me, Mom. Then, arson is murder. Lorne Greene in a special movie presentation from the producer of Towering Inferno and the Poseidon Adventure, Code Red.
Sunday starting at 7, 6 Central and Mountain on ABC.
I remember Please Don't Hit Me, Mom being an ABC After-School Special. So I don't know if it was repackaged as a Sunday night movie, as you just heard, or if it originally, I need to research that, darn it. I did not do that. I will do a correction corner in the next edition of the Nostalgic Podblast next Sunday and give you that answer. I thought it was an after-school special at first. I'm 98% certain of that. They must have re-aired it in prime time because the ratings were good. And because it was well done. It was very disturbing seeing Patty Duke play an abusive mom. Remember, she did also, I think it aired in 1980, she played William Shatner's wife with Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. Speaking of Quinn Martin, we were talking about Quinn Martin earlier. He was the star of the FBI. His daughter Stephanie Zimbalist, who starred after this, what I'm about to talk about, aired. She was in Remington Steele with Pierce Brosnan, future James Bond. But in 1980, she did a TV movie on ABC. I remember seeing this. It was pretty scary for a TV movie called The Babysitter. And Patty Duke played an alcoholic mom. And Shatner was her husband, and John Houseman was in it. I have it on Laserdisc. What was that comedy? I got them out on Laserdisc. It's the guy that had the motorcycle accident. Gary Busey. He was in. Is it Black Sheep or was it? I think it was Black Sheep. Yeah, it was either Black Sheep or Tommy Boy. I think it was Black Sheep, where he plays this crazy guy living in the woods, like in a bus or something, and he has everything booby trapped, and he's like, I got them all on Laserdisc. Anyway, I digress. Just a weird memory there. But remember him too? How he refused to wear a motorcycle helmet, and then he got into a motorcycle crash, and I guess that's why he went crazy. I don't know. Anyway, but that Code Red show that didn't last long, as you heard, it starred Lauren Green. I didn't mention that yet. So let me play another clip, and this is the opening to the ABC After School Special in this clip, and this is about the very sensitive subject of, I'm not going to even say it, kids being touched inappropriately. It's titled Don't Touch. And that reminds me of what was that one that was terrible? There's something about Amelia with Ted Danson. That I couldn't even look at Ted Danson again after I saw that movie. And then remember he did blackface with Whoopi Goldberg. I mean, this is the Nostalgic Podblast. I blast you with all sorts of information. That was weird, and that was a very strange situation. We went to the Friars Club, roasting, bizarre, Ted Danson. But let's listen to, here is the trailer to Don't Touch, the ABC After School Special.
An innocent little girl.
Thank you for the nice present.
And my very special birthday girl.
Whose life would never be the same.
This is our secret.
Only one person knew the truth.
I don't like the way Don plays.
Only one person could help.
You'll never be alone with him again. I promise you.
And now, Don't Touch.
Not a terribly inspirational theme, but in terms of the music, but there you go. And, I remember watching the old Lost in Space, the black and white episodes, and Dr. Smith came off like such a creep. He would say that to Will and Penny. It'll be a little secret. Just disgusting. I don't think he, of course, did anything in real life, Jonathan Harris, but the character, the way he was written in some of those early episodes, really creepy. I mean, I just wonder what those writers were thinking in the old Lost in Space. All right. Now, that was the ABC After School Special. They should bring that back. And I remember someone in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group made a joke that really set some people off. I don't believe in censorship. I did get a request to remove it. I didn't. But he was just saying how if the ABC After School Special were around today, the topics would be like, Jack takes fentanyl, and I won't even repeat it because it's a family show, but he made a joke and it set a couple people off, but others thought it was funny. Anyway, I'm not even going to read what else he said, but anyway, it's on there in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. All right. Now it's time to tell you about this, and I've got to get my visual aid for the rest of the show. We're finally going to talk about and remember those who passed away in January 2022. All right. It's time to talk about a very special offer. I think I'm off mic here. Our friends at Remind Magazine. I always have to watch what I say because I know that they and others are listening and watching. So I want to keep this family friendly. So I'm sorry if I said anything that was offensive. I try not to offend anybody. I really am working hard at that. And sorry about the language. But let's talk about a very special deal that I want to remind people about. Holidays are in a rearview mirror, but birthdays are all the time. And before you know it, it'll be graduation season. I want to remind you about a very special deal. How does $12 a year sound to you? To get something in your mailbox or give something every single month of 2023 and beyond. If you're here listening to the Nostalgic Podblast or watching it or reading about it in the Facebook group, the articles that I post there, chances are you like nostalgia. Well, that's what Remind Magazine is all about. They're a monthly magazine loaded with interesting articles, games, full-color photos, interviews with your favorite stars and personalities, and lots more. Remind Magazine offers fresh takes on popular entertainment from days gone by. Each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles. That helps keep your mind active and in shape. You know, crossword puzzles. I do them all the time. It's good to keep your mind going. And that's what Remind Magazine does. It keeps your mind fresh while gently reminding you of the good old days. So they have dozens of these brain-teasing puzzles, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly themed features from the 1950s through the 1990s. And the best part is, as I said, it comes to you in the mail each and every month. Just like the old days when, remember Dynamite Magazine or Pizzazz or Mad Magazine? Mad Magazine doesn't even publish anymore. It's so sad. Hot Dog Magazine, National Geographic's World Magazine, which was their magazine devoted to kids back in the day in Generation X. My grandmother on my dad's side gave me a subscription to that. I used to love National Geographic World. You could learn a lot. And this is educational and entertaining Remind Magazine. Remember comic book subscriptions, Boys Life Magazine? You get the point. I'm droning on and on and on. Well, Remind Magazine is not written for kids like those magazines were. Remind is written for adults. It's a lot more than this on the newsstand, and you can find Remind Magazine on the newsstand. At Barnes & Noble, if you have one in your town or city, it's there, but it's not $1 an issue. That's only for this limited time offer in terms of a subscription through the mail. What the heck can you buy for $1 anymore? Even the dollar stores are raising their prices and changing the names of their very stores. Excuse me. Regularly, you'd be looking at $2 an issue or $24 a year, which in itself is very reasonable. But $1 per month? That's an extremely hot deal. But act fast because this offer will expire soon. They extended it, but I don't know how much longer they're going to extend it for. If you're hearing this too long after the fact, it's probably expired. If you're live, pick up the phone. Got a pen? Call 855-773-6463. I don't know why I suddenly have a southern accent. And you can subscribe or give as a birthday gift or a retirement gift for someone that you care about. And they're going to think you spend a whole lot more than just $12. Believe me, $12 is usually the cost of a basic streaming service with the ads per month, not per year. If you want, just go to remindmagazine.com. That's remindmagazine.com. Or order over the phone or online using your Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover on their secure order page at remindmagazine.com. Or just give them a call. Like I said, here's the number again, 855-773-6463. And a kind, friendly order specialist will assist you in processing your Remind subscription or renewal. And please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order so you can get this deal. Okay, now back to this live edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. Item. I'm not sure about this, folks. I'm like you. I think some things are sacred in pop culture history. Do we really need a History of the World Part 2? Remember the classic Mel Brooks History of the World Part 1? Of course you do. It's good to be the king. Remember that? Christopher Corman has been on this program, the son of the late, wonderful Harvey Korman. Just a classic movie with all those wonderful... Unfortunately, most of the original cast are no longer with us, but the movie survives. Well, it's been announced that a new 8-part TV show is coming, History of the World Part 2. Now, here's an article by writer Lauren Huff of Entertainment Weekly. Headline: See first look at Nick Kroll, Wanda Sykes, and Ike Barinholtz in History of the World Part 2. Nearly 42 years later, the follow-up to Mel Brooks' 1981 classic parody is almost here. Now an 8-part television series instead of a film, each episode of History of the World Part 2 will feature a variety of sketches that will take us through different periods of human history, starring Mel Brooks, Wanda Sykes, Nick Kroll, and Ike Barinholtz. It's going to stream on Hulu, by the way, owned by Disney. History World Part 2 promises to cover the building of the pyramids, the American Civil War. Oh, that'll be interesting to see their spin on that. The Russian Revolution, and much, much more. Entertainment Weekly is debuting the exclusive first look at the Hulu comedy show in a link below, which I'm not going to play. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I'm not against it. I'm trying to have an open mind. I've made mistakes before, where I had a closed mind and I watched it and it was good. So this might be good. I just have my gut tells me it's going to suck, but maybe it won't. I got to have an open mind. In one first look photo, Wanda Sykes, Kroll, and Barinholtz are depicted as commentators at an ice rink. In another, Kroll poses as the fictional character Schmuck Mudman, while Sykes and Barinholtz offer up takes on real historical figures in these still pictures. Sykes plays Shirley. Oh, okay. There were pictures, not actual footage. So if you go to Entertainment Weekly, you'll see these photographs. Wanda Sykes plays Shirley Chisholm, the first black woman to be elected to the United States Congress, and Barinholtz plays Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky. The 1981 film, which featured Mel Brooks in multiple roles, started by poking fun at horny cavemen in the Stone Age before ultimately tackling the Old Testament, Roman Empire, Spanish Inquisition, and French Revolution. It also starred Sid Caesar, Shecky Greene, Gregory Hines, Dom DeLuise, Madeline Kahn, Harvey Korman, Cloris Leachman, and many more. Despite the fact the sequel was never actually planned for, because at the end of History of the World Part 1, I know you remember this, it says coming soon, History of the World Part 2, and they had a fake trailer, like Hitler on ice, all this crazy stuff, funny stuff. Despite the fact that a sequel was never actually planned for, its title was instead a play on Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World Volume 1. The film ended with a fake teaser that promised Hitler on ice, like I just said, a Viking funeral, and Star Wars parody Jews in Space. I'm reading the article here, okay? And a second part. In a second part, God, I'm so bad. It's unclear if any of those sketches will make their way into History of the World Part 2, but the still picture of Sykes, Barinholtz, and Kroll providing commentary at an ice rink certainly seems like it could be a nod to the former. Mel Brooks, who wrote and directed the original film, serves as writer and executive producer on the series along with Kroll. That's encouraging, along with Kroll, Sykes, Barinholtz, David Stassen, Kevin Saltzer, David Greenbaum, and Christy Smith. It's a production of the Searchlight Television and 20th Television, so I guess that's under the Disney Empire umbrella. History of the World Part 2 hits Hulu this spring. Okay, now it's time to get serious. We're going to start to wind down the show. Before we remember some of those actors who passed away in 2022, let's remember this actor who for a while appeared in everything. Earl Boen, spelled B-O-E-N, actor in the Terminator movies, dies at age 81. From Variety.com and writer Michaelia Z., Eric Boen, a veteran character actor and voice actor best known for his role as Dr. Peter Silberman in the Terminator movies, died Thursday in Hawaii. He was 81. The actor was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer in the fall of 2022, according to a friend of Bowen's and his family. Bowen starred in The Terminator 2 Judgment Day, and Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines, which I thought was pretty good. It took a lot of heat. Claire Danes is in it, but I liked it. But he, of course, played Dr. Silberman, a criminal psychologist who was brought in to interrogate Michael Reese in the first film. He also appeared in archive footage in 2019's Terminator Dark Fate. Born on August 8, 1941, Bowen worked on a slew of television series, including Barnaby Jones, I might add, and movies and video games throughout his career. In addition to the Terminator franchise, his film credits include 9 to 5 with Dabney Coleman, we'll talk about him later, Living in Peril, The Prince, Sioux City, Marked for Death, My Stepmother is an Alien, Alien Nation, Touch and Go, The Main Event with Barbra Streisand, Battle Beyond the and Ryan O'Neal, Battle Beyond the Stars, To Be or Not to Be, Movers and Shakers, Stewardess School, and Walk Like a Man. On the television side, Bowen portrayed Reverend Lloyd Beecham in the 1980 sitcom Mama's Family. He guested on several series, including The Great Performances, The Streets of San Francisco, Hawaii Five-0, Wonder Woman, Policewoman, Barnaby Jones, A Man Called Sloan, Dukes of Hazzard, Soap, King's Crossing, Three's Company, Fantasy Island, It's a Living, The Golden Girls, The Golden Palace, The Wonder Years, and Seinfeld. His TV movie credits include The Children Nobody Wanted, The Last of the Good Guys, The Taming of the Shrew, Getting Physical, Antony and Cleopatra, Annihilator, and Opposites Attract. As a voice actor, Bowen was known for voicing such characters as Mr. Bleakman in Clifford, the Big Red Dog, Senor Senior, and Kim Possible, Senor, the narrator in War of Warcraft, and Captain LeChuck in the Monkey Island video game series. Mr. Bowen is survived by his wife, Kathy, with a C, daughter Ruby, and grandchildren Kimmy and Kimo, K-I-M-O, Harbin. Now, getting down to business. The reason I'm sure most of you are here, if you've hung in this long. Hopefully you saw the check mark. I'm gonna bookmark this so that you can get right to remembering the fine talents I'm about to talk about who passed away back in January 2022, well over a year ago. I'm gonna play some music in the background. I'm starting to lose my voice, folks. I guess I'm causing laryngitis. We got to get serious here. Let me start over again. Let me tone it down, take a deep breath, because this is very serious. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. Caffeine's a hell of a drug, folks. Let's remember some pop culture legends and unforgettable personalities who left this earth in 2022 in this live edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. And I ask you, as a listener or viewer, who died in pop culture land that affected you the most? Leave a comment. I'm going to continue this next week. I'll get into February, maybe March, depending on time, but I'm going to cover all of 2022, just not all at once. Otherwise, I'd probably set another record, do it like a 9-10 hour show, something ridiculous like that. But leave a comment or call in if you're up while we're live. The toll-free number is 770-438-1050. It doesn't matter if it's January 2022. I'm talking all of 2022. Who died that meant the most to you? Who touched your life? And let's get started here with January 1st, 2022. Pro football coach Dan Reeves, born in Rome, Georgia, on January 19th, 1944, died from complications from dementia at the age of 77 on January 1st, 2022, just days shy of his 78th birthday. I want to play a clip of Dan Reeves talking about one of his favorite players of all time, football. I got that right here for you. Here's Dan Reeves. I'm not mocking the man.
Fortunate to,
that's how he said. I'm from Georgia. He was from Rome, Georgia. Let's listen. This is only 38 seconds long, folks. Here's the great Dan Reeves in his own words.
Coach Landry, I think, said it. I was fortunate to, be on the staff and heard him, talk about players. He said there'll never be, another player, like Bob Lilly. And, I've been involved with it for 30 years. And, I saw some great players, But still, when I look at it, hey, there's the best defensive tackle I think I've ever seen.
I like that music. Rest in peace, Coach Reeves. He coached the Atlanta Falcons for a while. And of course, Denver Broncos. Great career in pro football. Moving along to the second person on our list of notable pop culture icons who passed away in January 2022, we must mention, of course, Sidney Poitier, who passed away at the age of 94 on January 6th, 2022. That's a projector, because we're going to listen to Sidney in his own words. But Sidney Poitier was born on February 20th, 1927 in Miami, Florida. That's when my sister was born. Her birthday is February 20th. Anyway, the great Sidney Poitier was born on February 20th, 1927 in Miami, Florida. He was the youngest of 7 kids in his family. In 1964, Sidney was the first black actor and the first Bahamian to win the Academy Award for Best Actor for the movie titled Lilies of the Field, released in 1963. Sidney Poitier also received a Grammy Award for Spoken Word Album in 2001 and 2009. He earned 2 Golden Globe Awards from the Foreign Press and a British Academy Film Award. Sidney Poitier received numerous honoraries during his lifetime, including the Academy Honorary Award for Lifetime Achievement, which he was awarded in 2001. Sidney Poitier was granted knighthood by Queen Elizabeth II back in 1974. In 1995, Sidney Poitier received the Kennedy Center Honor. From 1997 to 2007, Sidney was the Bahamian ambassador to Japan from the Bahamas. He was born in Miami. According to a copy of his death certificate obtained by TMZ, the cause of death was cardiopulmonary failure, with Alzheimer's disease and prostate cancer also listed as underlying causes of his death. But let's listen to Sidney Poitier in his own words, talking about making Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, which is one of the films he's best known for. Listen to the sound of the projector as we hear this wonderful man speak from beyond the grave. By the way, this is courtesy of American Film Institute, and this clip is 2 minutes long.
Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? How possible was it then, in 1967, to make a film like that in America? It was close to impossible, primarily because the industry was not ready for such a film, you know. So it took a guy, Stanley Kramer, who said, I would like to make a film like this. Not because it's going to be sensational, not because it's going to be provocative, but because I'm a filmmaker in America, and this is a part of America. It is a part of America. And if I use this format, I could speak to the humanity in people. So he sent me a script. I read it, and I thought it was a wonderful idea, terrific idea for the time. Scene with my dad, who had difficulties with what was about to happen. It was interesting for me because I have a dad, you know, a guy that I loved a great deal. And I had to use him as my emotional reference when I was speaking to my movie dad, played by Roy Glenn, fine actor. It wasn't easy, but it was a scene that had to be played. So I played it as best I could, and worked out okay.
More than okay, my friend. I'd like that sound of the projector, but he was one of the founding fathers of African-American actors that took it to another level, along with Ossie Davis. There were several in those days, in the 1960s, that really made a difference and paved the way for future African-American actors. I mean that sincerely. Now, next on the list of those who passed in January 2022 is Dwayne Hickman. Now, who's he? Listen to this.
Dobie. Dobie. Is she any kind of dreamboat at all? No matter, he's hers and hers alone. 'Cause Dobie has to have a girl to call his own.
He was the star. Dwayne Hickman was the star of Dobie Gillis. That version of the theme was recorded in 1986, released in 1987 by MTV, a division of MTV. They released Television's Greatest Hits. That was before they found the negatives of the original version. That's one of the few reorchestrations that I approve of. A lot of times radio hosts will play reorchestrations from TV's Greatest Hits, even though they have at their disposal these days the original versions. It just irks me. So I don't mean to be an irker. That's just the version I like. But we're talking about Dwayne Hickman here. And I want to give just some brief history on that show. I'm going to play the same theme as an underlay as I talk here.
Dobie.
The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis originally aired on CBS from Tuesday, September 29th, 1959 at 8:30 p.m. until Wednesday, September 18th, 1963 at 8:30 p.m. And that was a rerun. After the first season, The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis changed and shortened the title simply to Dobie Gillis. And then Max Schulman's Dobie Gillis, who is the creator of the show. They were a series of plays in the beginning. Dwayne Hickman starred as the love-struck Dobie, who at first was transfixed on earning the affection of Thalia Menninger, who was played by lovely Tuesday Weld. In the beginning, Thalia was after wealthy kid Milton Armitage, who was played by Warren Beatty in the first season of the show. Dobie's partner in hijinks was a goateed goofball beatnik character named Maynard G. Cribbs, played by a pre-Gilligan Bob Denver, who seemingly was allergic to performing any kind of work. Work, he would say. Work. And that was a catchphrase that Bob Denver famously exclaimed as Maynard whenever it was suggested that the Krebs make an effort to lend a hand. The first season also featured Dobie's older brother, Davy Gillis, who was played by Dwayne Hickman's real-life brother, Daryl Hickman. After the first season of The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis, shortened to Dobie Gillis, Davy disappeared, just like older brother Chuck Cunningham on Happy Days after the second year of that show, Happy Days. The quirky series was adapted from the Dobie Gillis short stories written by Max Schulman in 1945 and first collected in 1951 under the same title as a subsequent TV series, which drew directly on the stories in some of those scripts. Max Schulman also wrote a feature film adaptation of his Dobie Gillis stories for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer in 1953 titled The Affairs of Dobie Gillis, which featured actor, singer, dancer Bobby Van in the title role. 147 half-hour episodes of the comedy series were produced over 4 full television seasons, which aired on CBS and was distributed by 20th Century Fox, now owned by Disney. Dobie Gillis was officially released on DVD by Shout Factory on Tuesday, July 2nd, 2013. Currently, the over-the-air Decades TV network airs Dobie Gillis, and you can stream episodes on Prime. But let's listen to Dwayne Hickman in his own words. He has an interesting story after Dobie Gillis ended. He became an executive at CBS. Let's listen to a little bit of Dwayne Hickman. I pray this will play. I have 2 brief clips I want to play. These are interesting interviews with Dwayne Hickman. Even though the show was over, he was still successful.
Well, this segment takes me to the village at the beautiful Wildwood Studios.
Doesn't that sound like the announcer of Hollywood Squares, the classic game show? This is a brief, less than 2-minute clip where Dwayne Hickman is displaying some of his art in an exhibit. He was also an artist. He would do some paintings. Let's listen.
And we're here to meet a very, very important painter. Let's go in and see who it is and see his works. Well, folks, here is the artist I was telling you about, the one and only Dwayne Hickman. Golly, you don't look any older than you did as Dobie Gillis.
Thank you.
Well, your hair's a little gray.
My hair is
but
a lot grayer. I was blonde. And
you were blonde.
Yeah.
I know it. How many years ago was that? Did you do Dobie Gillis?
59 to 63.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it reran forever.
I know, and it's still, you can still find it at times.
Yes, yes. It's a good show.
It really was a good show.
Yeah.
And with Bob Denver in there is Maynard Krebs, yeah.
Maynard, go home and feed your iguana. You know, all those
I know it.
All those lines.
That's good.
Yeah.
So anyway, after you finished the series.
I finished the series, and I did some movies in the 60s, some beach party movies.
Right.
Wild Bikini, Ski Party, Dr. Goldfoot, some stuff. And Cat Ballou, which I'm very proud of. Cat
Right.
Ballou, comedy western.
Oh, sure.
And then I did some theater, and I did thises and that's, and I went to work for CBS in 1977 as a program executive in charge of programs like MASH, Good Times, All in the Family.
Oh, wow.
And so forth. So I worked there for several years, and I left CBS in 87, and I thought, I always wanted to paint. I always wanted to be an artist. I was going to be an architect and an artist, and I thought, now's the time in 87. So I went to art school. I went to the Brentwood Art Center in Los Angeles. And studied. I started with pencil drawing, and then I went from that to oil on canvas, and that's what I painted now, oil on canvas. So I've been painting about 20 years and having shows for about 7 years.
And this is what you do full time, really, just in painting.
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
Wants me to be in a movie. I do a movie once in a while.
Yeah.
I was in Night at the Roxbury.
So you get the point. Just a great guy. I'm going to play another clip of Dwayne Hickman. I always liked Dobie Gillis. Just some more background on Dwayne. Dwayne Hickman found his future in entertainment, as you heard behind the scenes. Not just as an executive, but he was involved in some production roles as well. As you heard, from 1977 to 1988, Dwayne Hickman served as programming executive at CBS Television Network. He took time out for a cameo in the TV movie High School USA in 1983. Dwayne Hickman reprised his role of Dobie Gillis in the TV movie Bring Me the Head of Dobie Gillis in 1988. His autobiography is titled Forever Dobie. That year, he guest starred in the game show Win, Lose, or Draw. In the late 1980s, Dwayne Hickman turned to directing episodic TV, doing episodes of Duet, Charles in Charge, Open House, Designing Women, Get a Life, Head of the Class, with someone we'll talk about in a moment, who starred in that program on ABC, Harry and the Hendersons, and Sister Sister on the WB network. He still occasionally acted, appearing in Murder, She Wrote and A Night at the Roxbury, you heard him say, the film from 1998. He had a semi-regular role on the TV series Clueless, based on the movie, and he could be seen in Surviving Gilligan's Island, the incredibly true story of the longest 3-hour tour in history, and Angels with Angles in 2005. Sadly, Dwayne Hickman passed away Sunday, January 9th, 2022 at the age of 87. Let's see, I thought I had another clip of him for you now. Yes. Let's listen to a little bit more of Dwayne Hickman. I just always liked his character.
Hi, this is Joe Cook. We're here at the Chiller Theater Convention, and I am here.
This is in 2009, by the way, so this is going back a ways.
With television's Dobie Gillis himself, Mr. Dwayne Hickman. Dwayne, how are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Great. So
Good.
Is this your first time at the Chiller?
At Chiller, yes, it is. I do this around the country sometimes, the signing shows, but this is the first time here.
So this is the second day. What's the experience been like for you?
I've been very, very busy. It's a lot of people, and it's kind of hectic, but it's been fun. Met a lot of fans and talked about Dobie Gillis a lot. It's been fun.
It's some interesting-looking people around, too, aren't there?
Yeah. There's a cross-section, you know.
So one of the things I found interesting is that you are an avid artist. Can you tell me a little bit about that? How long have you been an artist?
Yes, I've been painting for 25 years. I worked for CBS in the 70s into the 80s. When I left there, I started at art school. I went to art school for a while. I'd always wanted to paint since I was a little kid. And I started painting oil on canvas. I do landscapes, and I've had shows all around the country in galleries. And if anyone's interested in looking at my stuff, you can see it online on DwayneHickman.com, DwayneHickman.com.
Oh, great. And you've got a book, too, right?
Yes, that book was written several years ago, Forever Dobie, The Many Lives of Dwayne Hickman, a kind of play on the many loves of Dobie Gillis. Anyway, the book's been very popular, and we've sold it over the years. We only have a few remaining. Then we're going to have to reprint it, but it's been very popular.
Is that available on your website as well?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, I think so.
Well, Dwayne, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Would you mind doing a promo for our radio station?
Not at all. It's Dwayne Hickman. Listen to...
That's cool. Thank you for the use of that clip. I'm sorry I cut off your promo there. That wasn't too cool of me there. We have a shocking loss that still is shocking to many, many people, including me. This was a great stand-up comic. I think you know who I'm going to announce here, who expired back on Sunday, January 9th, 2022, the same day as Dwayne Hickman. We're talking about comedian and actor Bob Saget. This loss truly shocked the world. He was just 65 years of age when he died. Bob Saget was born on May 17th, 1956 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania as Robert Lane Saget. Beloved for his TV role of Danny Tanner on Full House on ABC, and in its follow-up reunion show many years later titled Fuller House, he also was the original host of America's Funniest Home Videos from 1989 until 1997 on ABC TV. Saget was the voice of narrator Ted Mosby on the sitcom How I Met Your Mother from 2005 to 2014. Bob Saget was also known for his adult-oriented blue stand-up comedy routines. Bob Saget married Sherry Kramer in 1982, and they had 3 daughters before divorcing in 1997. He was later married to television presenter Kelly Rizzo from 2018 until his death in 2022. At about 4 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, January 9th, 2022, Bob Saget was found unresponsive in his hotel room at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel near Williamsburg in Orange County, Florida. Bob Saget had missed his scheduled checkout time at the hotel at the Ritz, and family members became concerned after being unable to contact him. Emergency responders pronounced him dead at the scene. at just 65 years of age. No cause of death was immediately announced, though the local sheriff and medical examiner both stated that there was no evidence of foul play or drug use. At the time of his death, Bob Saget was on a stand-up comedy tour, and he had performed at Ponte Vedra Beach the previous evening on Saturday night, January 8th, 2022. I want to play some of his comedy for you now, and a more recent clip, actually one of his the last interview, if I'm not mistaken, of Bob Saget. But before I do that, you love this guy. This guy that introduces him here is a comedy legend. This is way back in 1984. We're talking about Rodney Dangerfield at this comedy club he had. Let's listen to
It was very funny, but he's lonely. Here's a guy who was very funny, but he's lonely.
3.5 minutes long here.
He needs acceptance. Make him happy, won't you? Bob Saget, how about it? All right, Bobby, here we are now.
Thank you. Gosh, you're a wonderful audience. You really are. I'm not just kissing up. I'm really not. I swear. I'm slobbering all over you is what I'm doing, because I need you to like me real bad, because I have no act, and I have no life, and I have no future. I'm serious. My mom is Gumby, my dad is Pokey, and I'm Mr. Potato Head. So I talk real fast. If you have any drugs, take them now. I'm serious. I'm not funny, but I am quick. That's the problem I have with women, too. But it's good to be here. It really is. And you're a great crowd. I'm not just kissing up again. It's the second time I've done it. I just want to take a jacuzzi with you and throw in a toaster. I'm not kidding. I've never been this happy. But you're a great crowd, and I care about all of you individually. I just want to have sex with you right now. I'm serious. But I can't. I'm working right now. But I'm a happy guy, because I got married. Married my girlfriend of 7 years. At her age, I'm going to jail. No, I did. I really am in love. I told her tonight, I said, when I come home, I want to make love to you badly. And she said, at least you don't overestimate yourself. But I'm nuts over her. She's this tall. It's my dad's joke. I'm sorry you laughed at that. I've lost respect for you. I really have. Everybody needs friends, you know. I had it rough when I was a kid. Never got to go to camp. My mom thought I'd get embarrassed undressing in front of little boys, but I've changed because I kind of like it now. That's not true. I'm no senator. But thank you very much. I never got to sleep over my friends' houses. Anybody get to do that? You slept over my friends' houses? I never got to. I said, Mom, why not? She said, Bob, you have no friends and you have no life, and I'm not your mother, okay? But I love my mom, and you can too for just $12. I'm sorry, that was easy. Let that go. I'm sorry. Don't applaud that. You're scum, buddy. You really are. I live in California now, which is nice, but I'm actually frightened to death of an earthquake. I'm really scared of it. Californians don't care. It's like, oh, look, the ground's opening up. There goes my house. There go my wife and kids. It's Miller time. I'm scared there's going to be like a major quake and I'll be getting a vasectomy at the time. That's what I'm scared of, you know? It was a 7.3, but now it's a 4.1. But I won't do that, damn it, because I want to have a kid. I really do. Right now I'm in no position to have a kid because I'm standing up and I'm alone. But I want to have a kid, but we've been trying to have a kid. Well, my wife's trying. I just lay there. But I won't breastfeed. Damn it, I won't do it. Men can breastfeed. Did you know that? I read that. Okay, I made it up. No, I read it. I wrote it down and then I read it. I believe everything I read. Men can breastfeed, but you have to actually take cans of evaporated milk to your chest. Give the baby an opener, you know? I remember when I was just a little baby, my mother was looking down and she said, Bob, you've had enough. And I said, don't act like you don't like it. You know, I was young, but I was a smart kid. But there's so much bad stimulus out there for kids. I was in a toy store recently. There's this new doll out. It's half man, half woman. It's called Gee, I Don't Know. You've been real nice. I had a good time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bob Saget, huh? All right. Very good, Bob. Very good, baby. I tell you, it pays to be good. It don't pay.
Oh, man, I got one other clip from Bob Saget. This is actually his last interview. I'm going to play a little bit of this for historical purposes. It's very, very sad and ironic. Let's
He's a fellow Philadelphian, actually from just outside Philly in the Huntington Valley. And he and I had a couple of classes together at Temple University. And no, I don't expect him to remember, nor that he and I bumped into each other back in the day at a restaurant near Del Ennis Lanes. And when I was visiting my aunt in Abington with my dad, who, like his, was in the supermarket biz. But you know him as a man who has been omnipresent in pop culture and the star of Full House and America's Funniest Home Videos and on Entourage as well, who, by the way, is coming to the Ponte Vedra Concert Hall this weekend. Hey, Bob Saget. Welcome to the morning show. How are you?
Bruce, I remember you completely. It's so good to talk to you. This is amazing.
You're full of it.
No, I'm not. I am, but I have to go to the restroom. But I just remember you. We went to Temple. We hung out by the equipment room.
At Broad Montgomery by the trucks that gave great steak sandwiches.
They were the best steak sandwiches. Now I don't go to trucks as much, but I would, a good steak sandwich in Philly is downtown, I guess, at Jim's. Let's promote the steak sandwich in Philly downtown.
Yeah, it wasn't Pazzangino's. It wasn't.
No, I don't like that cheese. I don't know what that is. It's like Play-Doh.
Whiz.
Yeah, you don't want to eat something called that.
No. Hey,
are you good? Everything's good?
Life is great. How about you? Because it's
good.
It's 4:45 there in Los Angeles?
Oh, yeah, but I don't know time. I'm a comedian. We're like the armed services,
Yeah.
We just get up and go, and that's I'm leaving tomorrow to be there, so
really?
I can be with you. Yeah, I'm going to be in. I'm going to Orlando, and then I'm going to come right to Jacksonville. I think it's my third time in Jacksonville in about a year, because it's we comedians have to go where the comedy was allowed, and I've had great times in Florida, and I'm going back. It's really a nice theater too. It's a small, intimate, nice theater, and there's a few seats left. Can you come to it? Can I get to see?
Well, we'll talk about that. I'd love to. It's my daughter's birthday. Otherwise, I
no,
would
that's
be there.
fine. You can bring her and all her friends.
She's under 18.
Forget that.
I think what might surprise people the most when they come to see the show is what's really a result of COVID, because you are over all the anger and negativity these days.
I'm done. And I'm 65. So we're in the same marketplace and in age, kind of. I'm older than you, I think. But I really love doing stand-up now more than I ever have. And I don't talk politics. I don't talk religion. I just want to make people laugh, And I don't want dissension in the room. My job is I'm like the Blues Brothers, where they would knock on the door and go, "We're on a mission from God." I just want to make people have a good time and have a good night out. And we're getting ready to do a new special, so you got to go on the road, and that's why it's so much fun going out to places where I get to do a long set. I get to do an hour and a half, whatever feels right. I get to really play with the audience and try stuff, and it's not just all. I'm not as blue as I used to be, and some people go, "Saget, come on, I want Entourage Bob," and I'm like, okay, I'll throw them in there, but it's really kind of like different versions. It's me, just being myself more, and I love it. I just love it.
Well, we mellow a bit with 8. Well, some of us do.
Yeah, right. I haven't as much. You've got 7 children, and I looked up. You have a lot. You have a big life, sir.
Well, when I got remarried to Christy, we do have 7 kids together and 2 grandkids and another grandkid on the way.
And 2 dogs.
Yeah.
I Googled you.
I Googled you since, I kind of lost touch. Now
we won't. We'll be in each other's DMs.
Maybe we'll grab some nosh. When are you getting into town?
I get into town. Well, I'm going into Orlando is when I
That's
arrive.
When do you get to Jax?
On Saturday. So let's talk. Okay. I will hit you up.
All right, Michael has my cell. I'll have him give it to you. I know you missed stand-up.
What's your home address?
First Street in Jax Beach. You launched a podcast in April of 2020 because you couldn't do stand-up, and it kind of became a coping mechanism for you and your listeners. How is that now that you're going back to Change Up, stand your routine, which I know you're excited to get back to?
Yeah. Well, I've been doing the stand-up. First place I did, I went and Dave Chappelle was doing in Yellow Springs. He would bring comedians out in Ohio. So that's the first time after that March 2020. It was 9 months until I got to do stand-up. Before that, I was supposed to be in studio with a podcast called It's My Name, Bob Saget's Here For You. That's my legal name now, the whole name of the podcast. But I just started, and it meant a lot to me to do it, and it became something I love doing. There's no reason not to do it. This week is BJ Novak, and Monday is Margaret Cho, and it's really, I had Bill Burr. I'm with Bill Burr's company now, All Things Comedy, but I've had amazing guests and great conversations, and I get to be completely myself. It's what you do. It's what you do every morning, where you're making everyone where you are on your show, you're making people feel better. And that's my job, and we get into the thick of it sometimes, but also it depends on if I have a comedian on. Bill Burr just yells at me for 90 minutes, which is fun. And then other people, maybe Jason Sudeikis has been on, and Tiffany Haddish and Whoopi Goldberg, and a lot of people that I just have known for years and love. So it's really a fun thing to do. And the stand-up, once I was able to get out there safely, I did it, and there's nothing like it. I've been doing it for over 40 years, as you know. I did it when we met. I was doing stand-up.
Yeah. I just got to say, you'll know what this means. Lou Klein would be so happy and so proud. I know that you and Lou was big in the entertainment business, but he was also big at Temple. You were there for the dedication of the school at Temple. And beside the stuff in the classroom, he was like therapy for you. And you would kiss him like you would your dad. That's the kind of relationship you guys had.
You're gonna make me cry.
He would be so happy.
He was like a dad to me. He liked me, and I was. He got me an internship on the Mike Douglas Show. That was my first indoctrination into show business. I was 19. I'd been making student films. He helped me tee up a film that I made, and I won the Student Academy Award for a documentary film series about my nephew who had his. It's hard for me to keep up, and he's doing well now. He's 50, and he had his face reconstructed when he was 7 years old at Children's Hospital in Philly. I made a documentary about it. But Lou Klein cared so much about students. I've had a couple of those teachers. And were you close with Lou? Did you have that relationship?
Not as close as you, but I knew Lou. Yeah.
Yeah. When you get a teacher like that in your life, it's a real gift. Anybody watching that knows what I'm saying. Both of my sisters were teachers, and there's nothing like it if you're a good teacher. And he literally helped me, and he would talk with me, and I did anything he wanted. And then we lost him not too long ago, which was very sad.
But a big influence on both of our lives. Hey, Bob, great to chat with you. I would love to see you. I'll make sure that Michael gets you my contact.
I want to see it, so we'll figure this out. This has almost been like a Tinder date. This has been good.
Which way do I swipe?
I won't say it on the air. I'll take
there are just. Go ahead.
Where am I? I'm at
Ponte Vedra Concert Hall.
Ponte Vedra Concert Hall. I'm going to be in the ocean, and then I'll come over, and that's Saturday night, the 8th. Yeah. But we'll see. We're going to see each other, so that'll be nice.
Absolutely. Hey, just a few tickets left, but if you'd love to go see Bob, it's a great show. You can find the tickets on the Florida Theater website, floridatheater.com, or Ticketmaster. Bob Saget. He's been on TV, on Broadway, won a Grammy nomination. He's going to be at the Ponte Vedra Concert Hall this coming Saturday night, January 8th. Check him out. Bob, what a great pleasure. We could all use a good laugh and a distraction these days. Have a great day.
You too, Bruce. Thank you.
Stay healthy and well.
I will. You too. Thank you.
Pretty haunting. It was right before he passed away. The great Bob Saget. By the way, I don't play favorites here. Sometimes I play more clips of some of these people that passed away than I do others. And it's not that I'm playing favorites. Don't misunderstand. I thought that was significant because that's his final interview, even though it was a rather long clip, 8 minutes. Continuing on, and we're about to wrap up this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast, we must remember this woman and music. She made a big difference. Let me cue up this here. Yeah. Ronnie Spector. That was her stage name, spelled Ronnie, Spector, like Phil Spector, who was a real piece of work, Phil Spector, but that's another story. Ronnie Spector was born Veronica Yvette Greenfield on August 10th, 1943, and she was the singer who co-founded and fronted the girl group the Ronettes. She is sometimes referred to as the original bad girl of rock and roll. Ronnie Spector sadly passed away on Wednesday, January 12th, 2022. She was 78 years old. Let's listen to a couple clips of Ronnie in her own words from Beyond the Grave talking about her life in music. and her accomplishments. She's talking here about how the Ronettes started here.
Oh, well, first of all, that song means...
She sounds kind of rough.
Why do birds sing so gay? Oh, well, first of all, that song means absolutely everything to me. Because that was, I think, the start of my wanting to sing. Because when I was young, I always wanted to be a tap dancer or a ballet dancer. I don't think singing was actually on my mind, really, until I heard Frankie Lyman. We didn't know how to break into this business. And the Peppermint Lounge was very hot. And we went to Camelucci's studio, which was like on 45th Street, so we knew exactly where the area, exactly where it was. So me, my sister, my first cousin, we all dressed alike, put our hair real high, and my mother said, make sure you put cigarettes, you have cigarettes in your hand when you get online, because you had to stand online to get in that place. My mother didn't know we smoked anyway, but we didn't tell her. We were very happy to do this, And we stood there, and the manager came out and said, girls, you're late. And I said, don't say anything. We went inside, and that was. But we didn't do any singing when we first started. It was all dancing. They just said, girls, get up on stage and see what you. Because we were on bars, as I said before, dancing. They said, because it was 3 starlighters and 3 Ronettes, 3 guys and 3 girls. So they said, let's see how it will look on stage. And I think I grabbed the mic from Joey one night when we were just playing around, and they said, keep that in. Not only did you see older people, you saw older stars. I'm talking about, I will never forget one night, I'm on the banister, right, just twisting away, and in walks Charleston Heston. People like that, and there's Edward G. Robertson sitting over there watching the dance. It's freaking me out because this is what we watched in the 60s on the Late Show. We were watching, these kind of people on, and these Ava Gardner walks, and these are the kind of things that were freaking me out as a kid.
Another clip of her. This is an interview from 1998 I want to play. Let's see how long this clip is, folks. Okay, this is a big... Hang on.
Thank you, it's great.
This is from 1998. As I said, it's 1 minute and 50 seconds long.
Ronnie Spector, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show, Ronnie.
Thank you, it's great to be here, Joe.
It's very good to have you. Now, you've just signed to the same record label as Oasis, the Creation label.
Yes.
Over here. So how did that come about?
Well, it was with Joey Ramone in New York City, one of the Ramones, and we met him in a nightclub. And
what nightclub?
I don't know. What was it called? Confidential. That's right.
Yeah. The Confidential Club. You were there. Got together, and then what did he say?
He said, I'd love to record you. And I said, when? Now. Good, let's do it. And we went in the studio about 2 months later, and I came up with a song called Don't Worry Baby by the Beach Boys, which I was supposed to record after Be My Baby. But Phil Spector didn't publish it or write it, so I didn't get a chance to do it.
But then, of course, you got married, though.
Yeah, I married that guy.
Was that... was it... Tell me about the marriage, if you don't mind me asking.
The marriage was fine at the beginning. And we were in New York and making records. So we got married in '68, and I lived in a 23-room mansion, and I couldn't get out of it. That was bad.
Why couldn't you get out?
Well, the doors were locked from the inside. And if I wanted to go out, I'd have to ask him, can I go outside? Then I'd have to ask a security guard, and they would ask Phil, and Phil would say, what do you want to go out for? I said, well, ice cream, bananas, I'd make up things to get out, and he'd have them bring it in.
So it was a happy marriage, but then eventually things didn't work out.
It was a happy marriage for about a year.
Yeah.
Till I realized I was in a maximum security locker.
Yeah. How did you escape?
Actually, yeah. I did. I actually escaped with my mother. I didn't have on any shoes, and she said, can the girl have some sunshine? She never gets out. And Phil looked down at my feet, and he saw that I didn't have any shoes on. And he said, fine. And that's how I never went back.
Wow. Rest in peace. It's so sad, but these people leave a legacy. These wonderful talents. They truly are immortal. These are pop culture icons. Big and small. And she was a big one. Next on our list is Meatloaf. Otherwise born as Michael Lee Aday in Dallas, Texas, back on Saturday, September 27th, 1947. His Bat Outta Hell trilogy. Bat Outta Hell in 1977, Bat Outta Hell 2, Back into Hell in 1993, and Bat Outta Hell 3, The Monster is Loose in 2006, have sold more than 100 million records worldwide. Although he earned a Grammy Award for Best Solo Rock Vocal Performance for the song I'd Do Anything for Love, Ade nevertheless experienced some difficulty establishing himself as a steady entertainer in a steady entertainment career. Meatloaf appeared in over 50 films and television shows, sometimes as himself or as characters resembling his stage persona. The film roles of Michael Lee Ade, otherwise known as Meatloaf, include the role of Eddie in the Rocky Horror Picture Show in 1975 and Robert Paulson in Fight Club in the year 1999. Meatloaf, in quotes, died at the age of 74 on Thursday, January 20th, 2022 in Nashville, Tennessee. Rest in peace. Going to listen to a quick clip, one clip of Meatloaf performing a singing interview. A singing interview. You heard right, folks. I have it right here for you. A singing interview. It's different. Little annoying. Not him, but...
I watched the show.
Back it up. But so am I.
Meet. Can I meet you? I just want to say I watched the show on the television screen here.
What happened to your neck?
Lisa Talbot punched me first, then Sarah Cox. She punched me because I tried to hang.
All right, I got to set this up. I should have done that before. This is about a minute and a half long. I'm sorry. I apologize for the laugh track. It's like an 8 is Enough rerun or something.
Myself to her because I think she's great. Maybe I can interview you, but sing it not like you because I am shit. But if I can sing to you as I ask the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. What gossip can you tell me about what's going on backstage?
I'm trying to get laid.
How about Danny Minogue? Would you like to bomb her?
No, I just want to sell her underwear on eBay.
How much? I'll give you 60 pounds right now.
I will not take 60. You give me no. You give me no. My 50 or we have no deal.
Meat? I won't do that.
Yes, you will.
I would do anything for those pants, but I won't pay that.
Then fuck you.
I love you.
Pretty funny. All right. What a great personality he was, Meatloaf. Number 7 on our list is Louis Anderson, who left us due to cancer on Friday, January 21st, 2022, at the age of 68. Louis Anderson was born on Monday, March 23rd, 1953, in St. Paul, Minnesota. I want to play some stand-up comedy that Louis Anderson did in a banner year for him, 1988, the year he co-starred in Coming to America with the star Eddie Murphy. He was the guy that worked at McDowell's, the McDonald's knockoff. We play a little bit of his stand-up from an HBO stand-up special from 1988. Just play a little bit, just the opening. And he also was the host of Family Feud for a while. Remember that? He hosted Family Feud, the game show. And I remember one of his jokes I saw on one of these HBO specials where it's like, where the kid, he's like, "Wait, you taking drugs? Well, give me some." Or so, I botched that. Let's listen to some stand-up comedy from the late great Louis Anderson. you on drugs? Well, give me some. That was it. Are you on drugs? Well, give me some. That was it.
I flew here. Yeah, flying. Everybody hates flying, don't they? Because you're all thinking of the same thing. Well, we're either going to get there or we're not. You know what I mean? You go down in that plane, you know it's not going to miss the ground. The ground's not going to open up. Yeah, oh, Jesus, it opened up. We're on Venus. Think we'll get the luggage? Because you do, you go up to that counter, you're a wimp. You go, yeah, is there any chance I'll make it? I hate that. Worse than flying those, taking people to the airport. You always have to be tricked into it. You ever notice that? Hey, what are you doing tomorrow? Nothing. Good, could you give me a ride to the airport? Well, what time's the flight leave? 6 a.m. I like to get there an hour early, so pick me up, say 4. You get up at 4, you leave your slippers on out of defiance. I'm not putting shoes on. I don't care if there are bunnies on these slippers. You're out there driving at 4 a.m. People are coming home from parties. Going to the airport, Louis! You turn down their street. They're all cheerful. They're out on the boulevard doing the hula, you know? They're going to Hawaii. Get in! They always try to cheer you up. Well, at least there's no traffic. Good, maybe they won't find your body. You get to the airport, it's 5 a.m., now you're all wound up. Where can I go? The only thing open is 7-Eleven. Hi, how are you? I'm at the airport. Police are looking, what the hell's wrong with that guy? Oh, leave him alone, Bill. Christ, he's been to the airport. How do you know? Christ, look at his shoes. Yeah, airports are no fun. I never asked anyone to take a cab. Never check your bags. I had a horrible nightmare. I lost my bags once. Pee Wee Herman had my underwear. Running down a terminal. Give me those. And no matter where I go, somebody can beat my ticket price. Do you have that friend? Went to London, Louis? What'd you pay for those tickets? $600. I went there for $2. Airfare, car, hotel, everything. And security at the airlines. No one feels secure. Don't you ever want to go behind there with them and go, hey, come here. Check that guy again. Well, they can't, though, because they're too busy with some guy from Texas going, it must be my buckle. My gate's always gate 80. Are we there yet? And you get to the gate early, because you listen to the airlines. Get there early. Going Monday? Go down there Sunday. You get there an hour early. The only people there are you and a guy cleaning up, you know? You feel so stupid. Big donkey ears pop up in your... You ever get donkey ears? You only get them when you're cocky about something. Like if you're going towards a door and it's a push and you pull, or a pull and you pull. Somebody always says,
play the whole special, why don't you, Chance? By the way, this is the nostalgic Podblast, remembering some personalities who passed away in January 2022. That was the great Louis Anderson. Now, moving on to number 8 on our list today. We only have 2 more, including this person, and we'll start to wrap up the show. And I want to acknowledge some birthdays in January 2023, but got to talk about this guy, man. This was a very prolific actor. He had some great character parts. Talking about Howard Hessman, best known as Dr. Johnny Fever on WKRP in Cincinnati. Howard Hessman passed away back on Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Mr. Hessman was born on Tuesday, February 27th, 1940, in Lebanon, Oregon. The actor is remembered for his television roles such as the burned-out disc jockey Dr. Johnny Fever, as I just said, on WKRP in Cincinnati, and the lead role of history teacher Charlie Moore on Head of the Class on ABC, which began in 1986. Howard Hessman appeared regularly on television and on film from the 1970s through the 2010s, with other noteworthy roles including Sam Royer, the husband of lead character Ann Romano in the last 2 seasons of the Norman Lear sitcom One Day at a Time. He did that after WKRP folded, shortly thereafter, after the end of WKRP in Cincinnati in 1982. And he also had a supporting role as Captain Pete Lessard in the film Police Academy 2, their first assignment. Under the alias of Don Sturdy, spelled S-T-U-R-D-Y, Howard Hessman made his first television appearances, including the episode Public Affairs DR-07 on the show Dragnet in 1968 by Jack Webb, of course. Howard Hessman portrayed a hippie named Jesse Chaplin, the editor of an underground newspaper in Dragnet. In this Dragnet episode, his character was a panelist on a TV show opposite Sergeant Friday and Officer Gannon. Howard Hessman played a bit part in the 2 final season episodes of The Andy Griffith Show. In the episode titled Sam for Town Council, Hessman has an exchange with Emmett Clark, played by Paul Hartman, who is running for town council against Sam Jones, played by Ken Berry, who went on to do Mama's Family, among other things, and Mayberry RFD. Howard Hessman died from complications of colorectal surgery in Los Angeles, California on January 29th, 2022 at the age of 81. Howard Hessman is survived by his wife of 33 years, actress Caroline Ducroix. Howard Hessman was previously married to Catherine Maison from 1965 until 1974. I'm going to play a clip of Howard Hessman on Joey Kramer. Let's listen to Howard Hessman in his own words. From Beyond the Grave.
As human beings, we start out from the get-go, as children, wanting things to satisfy our sense of self as it develops. And in Western society, that kind of all-embracing sense of acquisition is the heart of my life. The more stuff I have, the better off I am. It starts coming to you with any success as an actor. There's somebody who's going to get you a bottle of water. Somebody who's going to comb your hair for you. Somebody who's going to dab the sweat off. Somebody tells you where to stand. Said, do you want a sandbag there so you don't have to look down? Everything is taken care of for you so you can concentrate on your work. When you don't have the work, you still have the notion that everything is going to be taken care of for you. When you're as young as Joey was in the course of that film. The fact that he had an emotional availability for one so young to make it available on camera means that he had the emotional availability. And when it's stymied, when it's resisted by the real world, it's easy to understand turning towards some kind of relief, whether it's meditation or drugs or simply acting out aberrant behavior. Any combination of those makes life hell, not only for yourself but for others around you. But I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm just a former drug user.
Research, and that's the great Howard Hessman. And he was talking about Joey Kramer, Flight of the Navigator. Now, I'm going to give you a bonus one. That concludes January 2022, the pop culturally significant folks that we lost, men and women. And let's remember this person. This woman died in February 2022.
In Hidden Valley.
Listen to this voice. You'll know who she
Here
is.
in Hidden Valley, everyone loves the creamy homemade taste of Hidden Valley Ranch salad dressing. A secret blend of ranch herbs and spices that tastes so fresh and delicious. It could only come from Hidden Valley Ranch.
Yeah. You know who that is? Sally Kellerman. You may have seen her in Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield, who you heard earlier in that clip with Bob Saget from his comedy club in the 80s. But most, I think, knew her as the original Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan in the movie MASH from January 25th, 1970, which earned her a Best Supporting Actress Oscar nomination. Or you knew her from the comedy I just mentioned, Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield, which was released on June 13th, 1986. But I remember Sally Kellerman, being the nerd that I am, for acting in the second Star Trek pilot, the first Star Trek with William Shatner, shot back in 1965, titled Where No Man's Gone Before. And before that, she was in 2 episodes of the classic Outer Limits, filmed both in 1963. Sally Kellerman also guest starred in an episode of the Quinn Martin sci-fi drama The Invaders, which actually aired on my birthday before I was born on November 21st, 1967, in a great episode titled Labyrinth. Rest in peace, Sally Kellerman. She was 84 years of age when she passed away back on Wednesday, February 24th, 2022. Sally Kellerman was born on Wednesday, June 2nd, 1937 in Long Beach, California. And as you heard in that first clip, the sultry voice for Hidden Valley Ranch salad dressing and television commercials. Now, her voice may have been silenced, but on film and records and in movies and television, singer and actress Sally Kellerman is eternal. I want to play a little bit of an interview with the great Johnny Carson on The Tonight Show, starring Johnny Carson from 1973 with Sally Kellerman. She's very interesting. And this is our final tribute until next week of those who passed away in 2022. Let's listen to the great Johnny Carson with Sultry Sally Kellerman. Sultry Sally, I call her.
My next guest is what you call, I guess, one of the hottest young motion picture personalities around.
Literally.
She is in a picture, I think it's just been released, has it not? Slither with James Caan, it's already out. And in Warner Brothers' Lost Horizon, which premieres, I think,
James Caan, who died in 2020.
Please, Sally Kellerman.
We just mentioned someone we're going to talk about in a future Podblast. James Caan.
For a moment, I swear, I don't know, I had a terrible panic when I turned around briefly and I thought you had nothing on from the waist up, so help me. And I said, she's doing something strange tonight.
Oh, she is doing it, no.
No.
I wouldn't come on here without a top, John.
Well.
I'm on my way to see the Queen. I don't want to...
That's right. You are, as I read, there's a command performance of Lost Horizons for the Queen of England.
Yeah.
Do you ever appeared before royalty before?
I've never seen the Queen before, but I have so many messages for her, you know, from all my friends.
Say hello to the Queen, huh?
Yeah.
What, there's certain protocol you have to go through, isn't there?
Well, my niece, 8 years old, is teaching me how to curtsy and things, you know.
Yeah.
She's working me over every weekend. You know, Sally, do you know how to curtsy, and I got a letter from her the other day saying she was very proud that I was going to see the Queen, you know, and
Does one
really
curtsy to the
sweet.
Queen? I guess. How does one curtsy? Have you I don't know.
Ironically, of course, Queen Elizabeth II passed away in 2022. We'll talk about her next time.
Yes. Do you know how to curtsy to the Queen? If you're going to have to do this yet?
Just what my niece taught me. I mean,
You want to give us this?
certainly, I was hoping...
Just pretend I'm the Queen.
All right.
Yeah, it's a bit visual, of
I was
course,
hoping that you were going to play some kind of pomp and circumstance so I could kind of walk
So you
in,
gotta get
dragging
into
my
it.
toe. Something like
Not Night Train.
This clip, by the way, is on YouTube. It's titled Sally Kellerman 1973 TV Interview. It doesn't even mention Johnny Carson.
I don't know how to do this. Why have I got...
I don't know, but I guess ought to be fun.
Something like, you know...
I'll be the Queen.
Hi, Queen. Something like, as I slip
That's
away.
nice. But
No,
I
I was going to
but I don't think you say Hi Queen. I think that's wrong. I don't think you say Hi Queen. I think you first...
Let me see. Wait a minute. I'm going to go... there's no room here. I hope there's more room to
That's
see
a nice
me.
curtsy.
Thank you so
That's a nice curtsy.
I bet you can hardly wait to see my movies now that you've seen me curtsy.
Oh, yes. You curtsy very nice. I think you call her Her Majesty first, and then after it's ma'am after that.
Then Queen.
No, then ma'am.
Oh, yeah?
That's strange.
Have you seen it?
No. No. Men don't curtsy to the Queen, do they?
I don't know, but I have
You
this...
bow to the Queen. Bow to the Queen.
I just thought of my friend, you know Mark Rydell? He's a film director.
Yeah.
And Johnny Williams, who's a composer. They went to see Princess Anne or something, and I don't think I'm going to tell this very well, but you get a letter before you go in saying, please do not initiate conversation.
You have to wait until
You
they
have to wait. So just before they got to Mark and Johnny, Mark said, Johnny, I'm a little nervous. And Johnny said, let me handle this, Mark. Just watch how I handle it. And when Princess Anne got to him, she said, and Mr. Williams, how long does it take to score a film, you know? And he said, 4 or 5 weeks, 5 or 6, 7 or 8, you know, anyway, it just went on and on. He didn't want her to go, but he knew he couldn't say anything, so he just kept answering the question.
9 or 10,
9 or
about
10,
3 or 4 months.
4 or 6, 9 or 3, you know, really.
It's funny. I think no matter how sophisticated people are, something seems to happen to them. I guess it's because of brainwashing or the cultural background of England, and they get very uptight. I've talked to a lot of people who you think are very, and they get in the presence of the Queen or something like that in royalty, and they become like children. Yeah. And they say dumb things, or they just stand there. So, I ought to think, but you cannot not initiate conversation, I guess. They have to do
I
that.
don't know. I don't know. As I say, I have so many messages for her, you know.
Did you think you were going to get typecast after you did MASH? Was that the first, I think, to most people's attention when you played the Hot Lips hooligan, the nurse in MASH in the motion picture?
Yeah.
Was that your first big...
It was, and I did. I mean, it would have been easy to, you know, because I got about 143 to 47 airplane, helicopter pictures, you know, being dropped into, you know, different places, Vietnam, dropped into the Israel, you know. I mean, there was a lot of those, and I just hung on because I loved doing Hot Lips, and I, you know, loved Robert Altman and that whole experience. But I knew I wasn't just Hot Lips, you know. I knew that there was a lot of other stuff that I wanted to do, and so I just waited. And I was married and, you know, had a sweet house and a lot of gardening to do myself. And,
So you just waited for something you thought was right?
I just hung on, you know, and until I, you know, did something else. I guess then I did Brewster, and then I did a picture they never released. That was the one that I wasn't like Hot Lips the most, you know.
Well, now everything has gone so well for you. Do you find it difficult to, you know, to work on the picture at the same time, and you're singing now, and I understand doing an album?
I did an album.
Did you do it already?
I did. I've done one called Roll with the Feeling on Decca, and now I'm working with a terrific musician named Ray Scantlin who writes and plays, and I'm going to make some singles, one with Barry Manilow for Bell. But no, I don't find it difficult. I made 2 pictures this year, one with James Caan. I saw him on your show the other night, who is so darling. A picture called Slither that we just got reviewed today, and we've had a lot of screenings, and the audiences have just flipped. I mean, it's really a movie, an entertainment, you know, and I get to wear jeans and a T-shirt and swear a lot, so it's naturally my favorite.
Is that the way you normally like to dress? Just
jeans and a T-shirt is what I like to put on. But I mean, it was different, you know, and in Lost to... Anyway, the pictures, you know, Slither, and it was terrific. And Lost to... I don't know what you asked me now. I've been so busy.
I haven't seen Lost
plugging
Horizon.
Slither
I don't
that
think
forgot
Lost Horizon has opened yet, is it?
Neither one of them have. Slither
Well,
opens
that's probably
Friday.
why I haven't seen them.
That's right. And Lost Horizon tomorrow night, the premiere.
Yeah. What kind of role do you play there?
I play sort of a despondent pillhead. That's kind of a, you know, that's not a comedy. I mean, it's a lovely kind of affirmative hopeful story. Probably everybody saw the original Lost Horizon, but this is a Burt Bacharach musical now with Peter Finch and Lee Woolman. And I play a despondent pillhead who tries to kill myself in Lost Horizon, in Shangri-La, and then I get rehabilitated and sing and dance. You know? Get to sing again.
You really want to sing, don't you? Would you rather be a singer or an actress? I mean, if you had your choice, say, hey, you can act in motion pictures or you can sing.
I have this fantasy, you know, that I want to. I mean, I love to act, and I love the opportunity, and I love being successful, you know, and getting to, you know, being able to sit and wait and, you know, and get a nice role. But my fantasy is to have a couple of babies and make an album a year, you know, and then maybe a picture a year too. But I don't want to not do either one. But I have been working steadily on my music for a long time, you know, and really, you know, I told you before, but I spent a couple of years with Gene and Billy Page, who are terrific, you know, and an arranger and a producer. Made my first album with them, and then I just kind of gone out on my own and found this other terrific musician.
That's great.
I'm now going to do some other things like
Let me pause here and sell something for a couple of moments. We'll be back after we have a message. No, that's all right. Hold on.
Now we're going to stop. I made a note to myself, stop. That concludes our remembrance of the pop culturally significant men and women who passed away in January 2022. We'll resume next week on the Nostalgic Podblast. Have a little bit more to talk about, though. Want to explain, as we're live in the East Coast, it's 1:35 a.m. Here's the deal. My internet provider let me know they're going to do upgrades in the area tomorrow. So, if that were not the case, I would have done this at a normal time for a change, quote unquote normal, so that more of you would have an opportunity to participate live. So right now it's Sunday, actually Monday morning, Sunday into Monday morning at 1:30 in the morning on a school and work night. So I'm sorry, I had to get this in, and I had laryngitis last week. I wanted to do this a lot sooner. We're pretty deep into January 2023 as we're live. And I'm really excited about the University of Georgia football team, the Bulldogs. And man, I don't want to date the show. I sort of earlier made it sound like they won the national championship. You know, if I jinx this, people are going to have my head. So I'm sure they two-peated, which is extremely rare. I haven't seen that since Bama. Go Dogs! So I made a note to myself, stop. By the way, we had New Year's Eve not too long ago when Georgia and the Peach Bowl defeated Ohio State. And I was thinking about movies that take place on New Year's Eve. And of course, you got to remember the Poseidon Adventure, the original, not the 2005 remake. The original, directed by Irwin Allen. What a great movie where the ship's upside down. I'm not going to rehash it. You know it. It's a classic, now owned by Disney. It was a 20th Century Fox release. And a lot of people watch that on New Year's Eve. It's like part of their ritual, part of their deal on New Year's Eve, not New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. So, but of course, we have a lot of other people to remember down the line. The great Olivia Newton-John, Kirstie Alley, who we talked about when that went down. But there's just so many great talents. Oh, man. I never even talked about Village of the Damned, the remake that Kirstie Alley did with dear Christopher Reeve shortly before he was paralyzed. It was right around the time I met him in 1994 that was filmed. John Carpenter's Village of the Damned. Wow. Stuart Margolin. There's just so many talents, big and small, but they're all big in my book. But I'll do this at a quote unquote normal time so that you can participate. I want to know who you think was the most devastating loss of 2022 that's significant in pop culture land. Let's talk about the nostalgic treat of the week. Let's try to lighten the mood as we wind the show down. And I think those clips are good. Like I said, some of those clips I played were longer than others because I think they were really interesting, especially that Sally Kellerman one. That was like 8 minutes long. So that was long. Some were longer than others. I'm not slighting anyone. I'm not preferring anyone. It's the clips that dictated that when I chose them. It's nothing to do with the personality. Like Sidney Poitier, you're like, why didn't you give him more time? I found a clip that would work. The others were on sources that I'll have issues with, and also with musicians like Meatloaf. I can't play their music, at least on Facebook Live. I'll get nabbed by bots, these soulless bots that look for material. Believe me, folks, I know what I'm doing. I wish I could, but, you know, on the radio, you could play 30 seconds or less of a song and get away with it, but not on Facebook. You can't play some of these songs. But let's get to the nostalgic treat of the week. Got a question for you. Are these treats called ding-dongs or king-dons? Talking about the Hostess cake treats with the creamy center. Hostess ding-dongs have been out there under a couple different names, depending on where you lived in the country. In Canada, or in Northern America, in Canada. Because in Canada, they were called King Dons, D-O-N, like the name Don. In other parts of America, they were also known as Big Wheels. The original confection dates back to 1924, even before Hostess existed, the company that baked and produced King Dons. At one time, there were 6 different products, all of the same thing. A hockey puck-shaped cake made up of chocolate cake with a cream center covered in chocolate glaze. Now, Hostess came out with theirs in 1967. Then in 1987, 20 years later, Hostess briefly merged the product all under one name, Ding Dongs, which lasted about 6 months. 2 things happened. The merger that Hostess had done with another company was now unraveling. So it had a conflict with a pre-existing product on the East Coast made by Drake's called Ring Dings. Regionally, the name was changed back to King Dons, and Canada was back to King Dons. In 1998, Hostess, now a part of Interstate Bakeries Corporation, bought out Drake's and resumed the product name of Ding Dongs. King Dons, however, continued on in Canada. On Friday, November 16th, 2012, Hostess IBC went out of business, taking with them Hostess Twinkies, Hostess Cupcakes, the fried fruit pies, and Ding Dongs. There was much lamenting in the land when a lot of people thought that Hostess was gone for good. They were gone, but not for long, because on Monday, July 15th, 2013, a new company called Apollo Global Management acquired Hostess and all of its products and resumed production. Thank goodness. Ding Dongs can still be found on store shelves, at least in Atlanta, Georgia, and its suburbs, but they're called King Dons. But they used to be wrapped in tin foil, and I thought that little tin foil made it taste better. And now they're smaller in diameter, and you only get 10 per box instead of a dozen. Greed. Excuse me. Oh, man. I got to play our music here. We got another feature coming up, another weekly, our regular standard feature. We're just going to talk about a few people and celebrate their own personal holiday. And this is something everybody does. Let me get where we're at here. God dang. Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we are. Of course, we're talking about birthdays. Got to acknowledge some folks that are living and are deceased that had birthdays in January, and the living in January 2023. No particular order. Well, it's in order by date, actually. Still with us at 91 years of age is actor Dabney Coleman. Whether playing a comedic role or a serious one, Dabney Coleman always delivered a great performance. And he was in Barnaby Jones a couple times. And Columbo. Coleman actually once hosted Saturday Night Live on Halloween night 1987 with musical guest The Cars. Dabney Coleman was born on Sunday, January 3rd, 1932 in Austin, Texas. And Dabney Coleman, of course, starred in the movies 9 to 5 as the sexually harassing boss. He was in Modern Problems. Man, I like Modern Problems. Underrated. That's a Chevy Chase movie where he gets powers due to a nuclear shower. People hate that movie. It came out Christmas Day, 1981. I like it. And by the way, there's nothing funny about cocaine abuse, okay? But Chevy Chase snorts the ashes, supposedly, that Dorita, played by the great late Nell Carter. She had a funny role as a housekeeper in that movie, but she was into the occult. And she goes, this is demon powder. He touched that, he die. And so, remember, Chevy Chase snorts it, and he goes, yes! I like it. And she goes, oh. Anyway, and he uses his power. Well, I got to talk about this show I like here in 2023 called The Talk on CBS. It's been around for years, since I think, 2011 or so, 2010 maybe. But they made changes along the way, like there's been different hosts. But Cheryl Underwood's been on there pretty much the whole time. I like her a lot. But here's the funny thing. Okay, I like the cast they have now. They have really good chemistry. Just look at it. It's 2 to 3 p.m. It's a little silly, superficial fluff, but it's entertaining. And I think it's getting better too. But Marie Osmond was on there for a while. They've had rotating hosts. But I like this group. But here's the funny thing. What made me think about it, what made me think about The Talk, was if you watch it now, it's on Paramount Plus, by the way. Look at the end of a segment where it says coming up next. It looks like the scene in Modern Problems where Dorita, played by Nell Carter, lays out the demon powder they do the cocaine joke about. And I swear it says coming up next. It looks like a line of cocaine. It's a superimposed super on CBS's The Talk, but it's hilarious. I always think, don't they know how that looks? Anyway, it looks like a line of cocaine. Anyway, getting back to Dabney Coleman. God, I digress. I'm thinking about Modern Problems. He also was in Tootsie, which was directed by Sidney Pollack. Terry Garr won an Oscar for that movie. Dustin Hoffman starred. That was the first, white gender-bending comedy, because you had Flip Wilson doing it years before that in his show, The Flip Wilson Show. The devil made me wear this dress. So that had been going on for a while. And then, of course, Big Mama's House with Martin Lawrence. And then Medea by, a lot of people say, God, that's not very original, Tyler Perry. He's copying Big Mama's House. Well, Big Mama's House kind of goes back to Flip Wilson, so you got to give credit where credit's due. But anyway, Tootsie was way before Mrs. Doubtfire with the late Robin Williams, who sadly hung himself. Sad. But anyway, Tootsie was like the first white, gender-bending comedy, in drag. And then there was, remember that, what was that one? Oh, man. With RuPaul and General Zod. What the hell was that movie? I got to look that up while we're live. It's in my brain somewhere. Oh, man. And Wesley Snipes is in drag. And what's his name? God dang. Let me look this up. I got to look this up as we're live. In the middle of the night. Drag. It was RuPaul. It has a weird name, that movie. I think it was from 1994 or something. And, God, what the hell is it? Terrence Stamp. And when I put this in now in Google search, it'll pop right up. That's why I couldn't remember it. I know Superman and Superman 2 like the back of my hand. Terrence Stamp. Drag. Here we go. What was that damn movie called? God dang it. The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. That's it. Thank you. It's so great to have an encyclopedia, at your fingertips. It was released on May 15th, 1994 at the Cannes Film Festival, and then on August 10th, 1994 in the United States, September 8th, 94 in Australia. Anyway, okay, that was it. So, getting back to Dabney Coleman, my gosh, I digress. He was in Tootsie. He wasn't in drag in Tootsie, but he was in Tootsie, which I thought was, and Jessica Lange was in it. Trivia. What was Jessica Lange's first movie? She had a special introducing credit, and I liked how in the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special on Disney Plus, they made a joke of introducing, they made, a gag out of it. It said introducing Kevin Bacon. I think it said introducing Kevin Bacon as himself, or just introducing Kevin Bacon. But that was a credit you saw back in the day in film. Like I've talked about it on the Podblast before. Like in Roger Moore's first James Bond movie, Live and Let Die. What was the credit? Introducing Jane Seymour as Solitaire. Well, this gal, shouldn't say gal, she's an accomplished Oscar-winning serious actor. Jessica Lange. I'll just tell you. Her first movie was King Kong, the remake released in 1976. Her special credit was introducing Jessica Lange. I used to love that, introducing. It's such an interesting credit. Typically it would be for females, but some of the dudes got the special introducing credit. So I thought that was cool that James Gunn, or whoever thought of that, did that in the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special on Disney Plus back in December 2022. That was pretty cool. And I can't wait for the movie coming out in May 2023, Guardians 3. Gonna be good. But Dabney Coleman, so he was in also a great movie, also with an early one with Matthew Broderick, War Games. Ali Sheedy, when she had long hair, she looked good in that movie. I didn't like it when she cut her hair short, like in Breakfast Club. I think that's overrated. I know most of you will disagree with me. It's an important film. I love John Hughes movies. I think my favorite's got to be Weird Science that John Hughes made of those 1980s teen comedies, and then 16 Candles after that. But what made me really laugh out loud was Weird Science. It just did. So Dabney Coleman, he was in War Games, Cloak and Dagger, The Beverly Hillbillies. I got to watch that. It's on Disney Plus streaming because my boy Buddy Ebsen has a cameo as Barnaby Jones. Of course, he was the original Jed Clampett. That was very entertaining with James Varney as Jed Clampett in the movie from 1993. You know, hey, Byron, you know, character actor, he sadly died of lung cancer and he was a chain smoker. But that movie was not bad. I got to watch that again on Disney Plus. At least my research online, I was like, where can I stream this? And it said Disney Plus. Well, good. I'm a subscriber to Disney Plus. Good. I can watch it because I don't have that in Blu-ray form like we talked about. I need to order that up on DVD, actually on Blu-ray. I need to get it in best quality possible. I can tolerate DVD for TV shows, certainly, because most TV shows were never released in HD, although some were. Like, got to show this on camera. I got The $6 Million Man recently released in 2022, in the summer of 2022, on Blu-ray. Look at that. Sealed. Gonna watch it. Going to watch it soon. And it has the reunion movies. It's got the spin-off Bionic Woman episodes. But hey, I've also got the Bionic Woman with our friend who's been on the Podblast, director and creator Kenneth Johnson, who was on here live back on November 17th, 2022. Great interview. I asked him about the story of his life because he does a lot of interviews about the shows he created, like the TV's Incredible Hulk, V. He did the TV version of Alien Nation. He's got a new book out, Holmes Coming, about Sherlock Holmes. And tracking down, it's a time travel story, tracking down Jack the Ripper. But so all the Bionic shows are out in HD on Blu-ray. Not many shows, and The Incredible Hulk. And the original V miniseries that Kenneth Johnson wrote, produced, and directed, which was awesome. But there's the Incredible Hulk Blu-ray set, sealed. I got to watch this stuff. I didn't have time to do it yet, but I'm going, even though I've seen this, I'm trying to put new things in my head. And I'm talking about new projects too, like Wednesday on Netflix and the other things that we talked about, like Kaleidoscope. You know, as time goes on, as we get older, you know, I don't want to just watch the same stuff over and over again, like Star Trek, the original series. Yeah, gag. I'd rather watch the new projects. Like I really like the new Paramount Plus stuff in Star Trek. But of course, the original, of course, has a soft spot in my heart. But, you know, I want to watch new things, but I will give this a look because in the $6 Million Man set, they have the actual original ABC Next Week previews. Now, that's very niche. I know that. Most of you were like, I don't give a crap. I do, because they've never been seen since the original air date in the 1970s. And in a lot of cases, these little 30-second Next Week previews or 60 seconds, they'll have alternate takes. They'll have scenes that were cut, like the original Star Trek. The preview for, I have this on 60mm film, This Side of Paradise from season 1. It's the 25th episode filmed. There's a scene in the preview that didn't make the final cut where Spock and the real life wife who's no longer with us. She died of cancer, sadly. Jill Ireland, who was Charles Bronson's wife. She guest starred in Star Trek in 1966. It aired in 67, shot in late 66 in This Side of Paradise with the spores, the plants. They reused the plants from the Outer Limits episode from a few years before, because Outer Limits was very similar to classic Star Trek. They had a lot of the same crew and creative people that when Outer Limits was canceled in 1965, they went on to work on Star Trek, like Robert H. Justman. You had just, I could go on and on. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother Podblast. But they used some of the props and some of the same monsters. There's a monster in the final Outer Limits, episode 48, the probe that was reused in Devil in the Dark, that little rock creature, the Horta. That was an Outer Limits monster. They would recycle stuff. A la, like, kind of like Irwin Allen would do with all his shows. Putting one monster in and use it in Lost in Space and use it in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Time Tunnel, and Land of the Giants. Man, I'm all over the place. I ate a Snickers. Al Hardy, if you're watching, I know you're probably watching after the fact. I'm not on dope. I'll take a drug test. I'll take a hair analysis, urine, blood, whatever you want. That's just the sugar and the caffeine. So, boy, I got all over the place with that topic. Dabney Coleman, Beverly Hillbillies. Oh, yeah, and on television, Dabney Coleman acted in the original Fugitive show. He was in Invaders twice, playing two different characters, both great characters in that show. And he had hair, and he's clean-shaven. He was in Boardwalk Empire more recently. He starred in the sitcom Buffalo Bill. And in 1987, Dabney Coleman won an Emmy Award for Outstanding Supporting Performance in a Miniseries or Movie for his role in Sworn to Silence. In 1988, Dabney Coleman won a Best Actor Golden Globe Award in a TV series, musical, or comedy for the Slap Maxwell Story. So that's all I got to say right now about Dabney Coleman. I'm not going to play a clip. Oh, yeah, the Star Trek thing. Oh, when I was talking about the $6 Million Man, next week preview is having different scenes, sometimes that were cut. This Side of Paradise, when I was talking about Jill Ireland, who she is, I forgot to finish my point. There's a scene in the next week 1 minute preview where you see her hand in hand with Spock going to a river. And that scene was not in the actual episode, just as an example. So, and same thing with the Bionic Woman. They released the next week previews for that show as well. Now, somebody had leaked them on YouTube, not from the Blu-ray set, but in poor quality, like I think like maybe in Canada. They somehow aired those next week previews or got the footage, and the TV station aired them, and someone recorded them and uploaded them to YouTube. But these are probably in great quality. I haven't watched them yet, and I don't know if the Hulk has the next week preview. Usually in those Universal shows, there would be a 30-second preview, the same edited piece that would be in the next week, but it would precede the opening credits. The only thing missing would be the actor saying, "This is Bill Bixby. Here's some scenes from the next episode of The Incredible Hulk." Aside from that, it was the same video and audio. And usually stations like the Sci-Fi Network, Sci-Fi Channel would cut that little piece out for commercial time before the opening credits. But when they originally aired, they'd have a little piece. Anyway, God, I'm all over the place. Continuing with the birthdays, happy 92nd birthday to another very underrated actor, Robert Duvall, who actually was in The Outer Limits, by the way, in Season 1 and Season 2 of The Outer Limits. He was in the only two-parter of The Outer Limits titled The Inheritors, and he was in a great Season 1 episode titled The Chameleon, filmed in late 1963, where he played a CIA agent who agrees to masquerade as an alien to infiltrate aliens that the CIA know have landed on Earth. And it was just, holds up to this day. Black and white. I love those old black and white shows like The Twilight Zone and Outer Limits. But the legendary and consistent character actor Robert Duvall was born in San Diego, California, back on Monday, January 5th, 1931. I just love everything he's ever been in. Tender Mercies, so many great things. Now, here's a talent who's been gone for a long time, but his work lives on, and his legacy to humanity, to the betterment of humanity, specifically children, lives on. Happy heavenly 111th birthday to Danny Thomas, who was born as Amos Muziad Yakub Kairos on Saturday, January 6th, 1912 in Deerfield, Michigan. I bet you think he was going to be like in Lebanon or something with that name. Well, he's Lebanese of that origin. His descent is of the Lebanese people, but he was born in Deerfield, Michigan in the United States of America. Danny Thomas created one of the most successful sitcoms in the history of American television, titled The Danny Thomas Show. Originally, it was called Make Room for Daddy in the first 3 years. 343 episodes were produced in the original 11-season run. The show was originally titled Make Room for Daddy when it premiered on ABC TV way back on Tuesday, September 29th, 1953. The setting of the show was New York City, with initial stories concerning the problems that nightclub comedian Danny Williams, played by Danny Thomas, created for his young family by his absences while he was away from the family working comedy gigs. Actress Jean Hagen portrayed Danny's wife, Margaret, on the show. Pretty Sherry Jackson's role was as Danny's daughter, Terry. Now, Sherry Jackson, I want to say, I'm going to stop there, she grew into a real beauty and sex pot. Trekkers will know her from Star Trek, What Are Little Girls Made Of? She played an android, Andrea. And she has a scene with Shatner, "You will kiss me." "I will not. It is illogical." And Kirk's been replaced by an android, and she doesn't know he's an android, and she shoots him. You will not. I sold Sherry Jackson a 16mm film print of the episode she's in. I sold it on eBay. I didn't know it was going to be her buying it. Otherwise I would have cut her a break. It went for over $200, but she won it. That's all I got to say about that. About 10 years ago. And it was a U.S. military print. This is a really weird offbeat thing, but in this film print, back then, it was a different society, right? And there's a scene where Kirk is going to be turned into an android on this spinning round table gizmo. He's spun around. They put like this blob. Ted Cassidy is an android. Lurch in the Addams Family puts this big white blob. Like, what does it look? It looks like plaster of Paris or something. It looks like just some gooey substance inside a machine next to the real Captain Kirk. And they put synapses in his head, Kirk, to like get transferred to intelligence into the android. Anyway, it spins around. When it stops, there's a scene. You don't see anything, but you see a shot of Shatner's feet, and it comes around, and it looks like you could almost see his ding-dong. You can't, but the military spliced it in that print I sold Sherry Jackson. There's a hard splice when it's spinning around, and he's supposed to say, "How do you do, Miss Chapel?" And where the android speaks for the first time. And as the table spins, the camera, it's all shaded. You can't see his crotch or anything. But I think people in the military are like, "Cut that out. We don't want any gays in the military, gay inspiration in the military." I'm projecting here of what I think. But all I know is that was a splice that somebody did for whatever reason. It wasn't a normal splice. Anyway. So, but Sherry Jackson was also in a Lost in Space episode, a black and white episode titled The Space Croppers. Yeah. It had one of the worst werewolf costumes I'd ever seen on television in that particular episode. It was so fake, but she was good in it. She played like a space southerner. But Sherry Jackson's great. She played Terry. That was one of her first big roles, and she's still around, thank God, knock on wood. And she should have been a bigger star. And in the 70s, she acted in guest spots in Alice, the sitcom, excuse me, about the diner based on the movie Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, by Mr. Martin Scorsese, I believe, as director of the film. And she was in The Incredible Hulk. I have a film print of her Hulk episode titled Earthquakes Happen from the first season, filmed in late 1977, aired in 78, in spring of 78. She's just a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous lady. I think she did a Playboy spread, topless, because it was from a movie she did. What's that detective show? There was a movie version. I've been trying to find a film print of it or video of it. Oh my gosh. By the way, that music was in the movie in a scene, and let me look it up. I can't remember the name of that show. Peter Gunn. That's it, Peter Gunn. There was a Peter Gunn movie. What was it called, the movie? But it was in the comedy we were talking about, or I was talking about. Believe me, I don't have a split personality. I just like to acknowledge those that are listening after the fact. Peter Gunn movie. I think it was called Gunn. That's it. I don't even have to look. I remember it came into my feeble mind. Gunn was the movie with Sherry Jackson, and she was topless in it. And so Playboy did a spread. I do have that issue in my collection. in mint condition. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, and dun, 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 that great theme by Henry Mancini, I believe, was used in 16 Candles. That's what I was trying to think of. See, bringing it all together. But getting back to the wholesome family show that is the Nostalgic Podblast and the wholesome family show Make Room for Daddy and the Danny Thomas Show, Sherry Jackson played Danny's daughter, Terry, and then Rusty Hamer played Danny's wisecracking son, Rusty, in the show. But in 1956, after 3 years, Jean Hagen decided to quit the series as Danny's wife, which led to her character of the mother Margaret being killed off, which was very bold for mid-1950s television, especially for a comedy series. Now, reportedly, according to my research, I'll show you this book later. It's my TV Bible. I've shown it before, but in case you have not seen it, it's a great book. It's got every television show up till 1988, and I use it as a reference guide all the time. According to my book, Danny Thomas urged the show writers to kill the character off instead of recasting the role as his wife. In the fourth and final ABC season of Make Room for Daddy, the show was retitled The Danny Thomas Show in the 1956 to 1957 season, in which the character of Danny Williams played the field, dating many women characters, which led to his marrying second wife, Kathy Clancy O'Hara. Now, that character was a nurse with an Irish heritage, obviously, portrayed by gorgeous Marjorie Lord, who in real life is the mother of gorgeous actress Anne Archer. More changes happened when the Danny Thomas Show switched networks from ABC to CBS, beginning with the fifth season premiere, which aired on Monday, October 7th, 1957. The fifth year of the show began with Kathy and Danny's honeymoon in Las Vegas and the introduction of a new regular cast member, Angela Cartwright, as Kathy's precocious daughter, Linda, from a previous marriage. The blended family storylines boosted the ratings for the show. In 1958, sexy Sherry Jackson exited the Danny Thomas Show, and another actor, Penny Parker, spelled Peney, she replaced Sherry Jackson as Danny's daughter, Terry Williams. Also in the cast was Amanda Randolph as Louise, the black housekeeper of the Williams family. Originally, that part was played by an actress named Louise Beavers in the first two seasons from 1953 to 1955. That's why the character was named Louise, just like the first actress, Louise Beavers. Comedic character actor Hans Conried joined the show in 1958 as Danny's Uncle Tanous. Other great talents who were semi-regulars on the Danny Thomas Show included Sheldon Leonard, who was in the classic It's a Wonderful Life, and many other things. He was a television producer. Pat Harrington Jr. was in it years before he was Schneider on One Day at a Time. Bill Dana played the doorman of the building that Danny Williams and their family lived in New York City. Pat Carroll, she passed away in 2022. We'll talk about her in a future Nostalgic Podblast edition. She was in the cast. She is a terrific actress who's very much underrated in her performances, and she also acted in the Too Close for Comfort syndicated version, which they'd renamed The Ted Knight Show in 1985 to 86. Yeah, she played, like, I think the boss, of Ted Knight at a newspaper he was working at as a cartoonist when the show changed locations. Let's see. Oh, my gosh. She had also Annette Funicello. I never can pronounce that properly. Annette Funicello as Gina. The Skippy Girl, Skippy Peanut Butter. My dad liked her when he was younger. And she, of course, was a Mouseketeer before that. That was her rise to fame, was in Walt Disney World. Walt Disney Presents. Anyway, she was a Mouseketeer. And so was Lisa Whelchel in the 1970s version. Did you know that? Lisa Whelchel, before The Facts of Life, she was a Mouseketeer. And I swear, Lisa Whelchel, her eyes have specks of gold in them. If you look at pictures, I mean, I sound like a creep or something. I'm really not. I have a heart of gold like her eyes, but her eyes really have like magical specks of gold. They do. The final original episode of The Danny Thomas Show aired on CBS in prime time on Monday, April 27th, 1964, at the conclusion of the 11th television season of that program. NBC, a different network, aired reruns of Danny's show in their daytime lineup with the original season 1 through 3 title, Make Room for Daddy from October 1960 until March of 1965. And it was on their Saturday morning schedule from September 1961 through October 1964. In syndicated television reruns, easy for me to say, The Danny Thomas Show was rebranded as Make Room for Daddy, which was the original title of the show the first 3 years. Someone online tried to correct me and said, no, they changed the name to Make Room for Daddy when the show left ABC for CBS. And that's a logical assumption. I would think so too, but that's not the case. According to my book and according to prints I have of season 4, the ABC season, it's definitely Make Room for Daddy. And also in versions I'll talk about in a second that Cozy aired, which is NBC Comcast Universal's free version of MeTV, if you will. It's a diginet that airs classic TV. I recorded a bunch in 2015 when they aired The Danny Thomas Show, and that also supports my claim and the book's claim. I always cross-reference things I see online in my research and my books. My books are right about 97% of the time or 96% of the time. Most of the time, the book is right. The internet's wrong. But sometimes the internet is correct. But I use both to cross-reference. So getting back to The Danny Thomas Show and Make Room for Daddy, a 12th season of Make Room for Daddy, called Make Room for Daddy this time, but called Make Room for Granddaddy, was commissioned by ABC TV, the original network, for prime time for the first time in color. But it only lasted 24 episodes. And the original cast reunited in Make Room for Granddaddy, which aired on ABC from Wednesday, September 23rd, 1970 at 8 p.m. until Thursday, September 2nd, 1971 at 9 p.m. And that last primetime airing was a rerun, September 2nd, 1971. There were many spin-offs and crossovers from The Danny Thomas Show that Danny Thomas Enterprises launched. That was his production company, including The Andy Griffith Show, The Dick Van Dyke Show, The Joey Bishop Show, Gomer Pyle USMC, and Mayberry RFD. The latter two shows spun off from The Andy Griffith Show, which was a direct offshoot of The Danny Thomas Show, episode number 206, from season 7, the 20th episode of season 7, titled Danny Meets Andy Griffith, which originally aired on Monday, February 15th, 1960. And in that very historical episode of The Danny Thomas Show, the character of Danny Williams drives through Mayberry, North Carolina, and he's speeding. And he's particularly rude, obnoxious, and dismissive of the South and the United States of America to Sheriff Andy Taylor when Andy Taylor's writing him a ticket for speeding. I think it was for not signaling, actually. He's like, I had my hand out the window. Anyway. But then there's a change of heart when Danny Williams meets little Opie Taylor. First played here by 5-year-old Ronnie Howard for the first time on The Danny Thomas Show. Way back in February 1960. That same television season prior to that role, little Ronnie Howard, Ron Howard, if you will, appeared in The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis we talked about tonight as we remembered the star of that show, Dwayne Hickman. And on that program in the 1959 to 1960 season, Ronnie Howard played a con kid, like a con artist. He was a kid, but a con man. I call him a con kid in the first season of that program. And what he would do is he would take the empty bottles. Remember when we were kids, bottles had a deposit, like glass soda bottles. And you would turn it into the store and collect your deposit. He was taking the bottles he had already sold to the store out of the back and then reselling them again and again and again. He was like kind of an entrepreneur con kid in that show. And that was before he was Opie. But he was like 5 years old, when those were taped and filmed. And he also was in the 5th episode ever of The Twilight Zone on CBS, Ron Howard was, as Ronnie Howard, which aired on Friday, October 30th, 1959. The title of that episode, Walking Distance, with Gig Young, who was Elizabeth Montgomery's husband at the time. And he had a drinking problem, supposedly, reportedly. Gig Young did. Not Ron Howard. Ronnie Howard. Not 5-year-old Ronnie. Recently, and by the way, Ron Howard, him and Bill Mumy have their heads on straight. They didn't nosedive like so many child actors do. They are truly the survival and success stories. And man, they should. I know Bill Mumy has a new autobiography out, and it's really good. I bought it. It's good. Had the pleasure of asking him a question from a caller perspective on Coast to Coast with George Norrie back in December 2022, which I featured on the Nostalgic Podblast. Great guy. He's probably, I think he is my favorite child actor of all time. Up there with Stanley Livingston on My Three Sons, who played Chip Douglas, and Ron Howard. And I've got to throw in someone of color because I don't want to you're just talking about white people here. Man, it's so sad. It's so sad to think that he's no longer with us, Gary Coleman. What you talking about, Will? He was so cute, and it's so sad about his story. He had medical problems his whole life, and like his own family embezzled money from him, and just really sad. And then he became a security guard, but I think he's up there in my top 4 favorite child actors of all time. Let's see here. Oh yeah, so we left off with Walking Distance that Ron Howard was in, but getting back to Danny Thomas. Oh, recently, as I said, episodes from the ABC seasons and the latter CBS seasons of the Danny Thomas Show ran for the very first time since their original air dates in the 1960s and 1950s on Cozy TV, the free over-the-air digital network in the United States of America I talked about, which is owned by NBC Universal Comcast. Make Room for Granddaddy episodes, however, from 1970 to 1971 have not yet resurfaced. There are some episodes on YouTube, but they're from Betamax recordings. They're very poor quality, but it's better than nothing. And Lucille Ball guest starred in Make Room for Granddaddy. And Diana Ross guest starred in Make Room for Granddaddy. Those have got to be found, those 35 millimeter negatives. That needs to be reissued. And Angela Cartwright's in it as an older young woman. What was she? I should have done the math. Research. She was probably 19 or 20 or something. It was a few years after Lost in Space ended. The last time Lost in Space was in prime time as a rerun was on, of all days, September 11th, 1968. But it would have been filmed, the last one, in late 67 before the holiday break. Also, this is very important about Danny Thomas. Very important. Everyone knows this, but I'll say it anyway. It's worth repeating. He was a well-known philanthropist, and he founded the wonderful St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, a nonprofit medical corporation that focuses on children's catastrophic diseases, such as leukemia and other cancers. Danny Thomas's real-life daughter, Marlo Thomas, picked up where her father left off, carrying the charitable torch for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital organization. The great Danny Thomas died on Wednesday, February 6th, 1991, at the age of 79. Now back to the land of the living in terms of birthdays. Oh, this woman is still so pretty, and she was and is just gorgeous. Come on now, I had a clip. May not be able to play it. Starting to lose some steam. Yeah, play my birthday music. This lady, I've met her, had dinner with her in a banquet situation. It wasn't one-on-one. Back in 2006 in Tampa, Florida. Happy 73rd birthday to model, casting agent, that's what she's doing right now these days, and actress Erin Gray, who was born on Saturday, January 7th, 1950, in Honolulu, Hawaii. Erin Gray is best known as the co-star of the Glenn A. Larson NBC television show titled Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, which aired in prime time on that network from Thursday, September 20th, 1979, until Thursday, April 16th, 1981. Stop the tape. I got to mention something about Buck Rogers, 25th Century. I'll be brief. It's really a shame. There was a total change in the setting of the show and the cast of the show in the second season of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. The setting was no longer on Earth of the future in the 25th century. No. In the very first episode of season 2, they embark on a mission on a spaceship to go out into other worlds. And they also recast, can you believe this, the voice of Twiggy the Robot from the great Mel Blanc from all those cartoons to another voice who was terrible. I don't even know his name. Don't even want to know his name. No offense. but you couldn't compete with Hiya, Buck. I just love Mel Blanc, who was played by the real first cousin It in the Addams Family as the robot. It was the dude in the costume, Silva. But I mean, hey Buck, let's go get a beer. Hey Buck, look at those broads over there. I just love that character. But she actually was in the theatrical, in a special like opening. They released Buck Rogers in the 25th Century theatrically, I think in March of '79, before it debuted in September '79 on television, and they had a special James Bond-like opening with Pamela Hensley, who played Princess Ardala in the first season of Buck Rogers. She didn't make it to the second season. Again, what a mistake. And Tim O'Connor as Dr. Heward didn't make the cut to season 2. Kind of like what they did with Facts of Life. They cut a lot of the girls out, like Molly Ringwald was in season 1. I'm not saying that was a huge loss, but there were all these wonderful character actors on that show that also didn't make it, including the headmaster, the guy who played the headmaster, Bradley. But I digress. So they changed the setting to make it more like Star Trek in Buck Rogers' second season, and it didn't work. They even had a token alien like Spock. I mean, I'm just going by what I've read. They always refer to him or Maya on Space 1999, the shapeshifter. These are what I've read all of my life, reading about science fiction before the internet. They always refer to these as token aliens. I'm just saying what I've read. But they had this guy Hawk, who was like a ripoff of Mr. Spock in season 2 of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. It didn't work, and the viewers didn't buy it. And they did bring back Mel Blanc later in season 2. Probably when the episodes had aired, they got all this viewer mail, hate mail, saying, what have you done to Twiggy? I mean, he sounded completely different. He sounded goofy. And they had this other robot with him. They tried to rip off like R2-D2 and C-3PO. It didn't work. It did not work. But the first couple episodes of Buck Rogers in the first season were 2-hour feature-length episodes. And you had Marky Post in there. You had, what's her name? She was in Chips. Brienne Leary, who played Cindy, spelled with a S. S-I-N-D-Y. She was the first female Chips officer in the TV show Chips. She was only in season 2 and part of season 3, replaced by Randy Oakes as Officer Bonnie Clark. But you know how she got started? She's from Rhode Island, Brienne Leary, and she was a contestant on Match Game in 1976, and she won the bundle. I think she won like 10 grand, which was a lot back in 1976. And she's the only person, this is a great fact, I think, of trivia. She was the only contestant to also come back as a celebrity panelist, and they never referred to her being a contestant. When she came back in Match Game in 1979, I think that was the first year, that she was on Match Game as a celebrity. Gene Rayburn never said, oh, I remember you. You were a contestant. You all know this? She used to be a contestant. That never happened, which I thought was an interesting fact. I'm sure behind the scenes he was told, don't mention it. Or maybe she said that. Please don't mention I was a contestant. I don't know. But getting back to Erin Gray, another popular show she did. She's also beloved for this show. After Buck Rogers, she starred in the popular sitcom Silver Spoons on NBC from Saturday, September 25th, 1982 until Sunday, September 7th, 1986. And that was a rerun on September 7th, 86 on NBC. Silver Spoons left NBC at the end of its 4th season for first-run syndicated TV, like Too Close for Comfort and other shows of that time in the mid-1980s, with all new episodes, like What's Happening Now, for instance. What's Happening was on ABC for 3 years. They brought it back as What's Happening Now in 1985 for syndication reruns. So they also did that with Silver Spoons for its 4th year, with all new episodes which aired in syndication across the USA from Monday, September 15th, 1986 until Wednesday, March 4th, 1987. Now, of course, you know who came from that show, Silver Spoons, is the nemesis was Jason Bateman, of course, and Alfonso Ribeiro was on there before Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, if I'm not mistaken. I know I'm right. That was a pretty cool show, and I loved the little train in the set and the video games. Gen X kids, when we were kids, we saw that show. We wanted to be that guy and have that house and have those video games and have a dad like he had on that show that was like a kid himself. And Erin Gray was on that show, of course. So, I got to pull a clip. I got just one more for you, and we're going to wrap on birthdays Oh, man. This is one I got to go back to 2022 because the anniversary of this gentleman's birthday happened when I was off the air. Let me find this clip. Gosh, I should have had this pulled up. I just get so excited talking pop culture with you guys, and that's why it's called the Podblast. I blast into all sorts of different territories when I talk about this stuff that I love. This will give you a hint as to who we're going to talk about. Oh, no, it didn't work. Doing this live is tough sometimes, but it's okay. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Oh, you son of a gun. I should have pulled this. Hang on a second. Yeah. Did you hear that? That some shrewd folks out there will know. All right, let's listen.
Tony Stark makes you feel he's a cool exec with a heart of steel.
As Iron Man, all jets ablaze, he's fighting and smiting with repulsor rays. Amazing armor,
There's Iron Man,
a blazing bomber.
There's Iron Man.
I got to hear that again. That quality, I've never heard that in that good a quality. That is awesome. That was from the 1966 Iron Man cartoon, which was literally taken from comic books, Tales of Suspense, Marvel Comics.
Tony Stark makes you feel he's a cool exec with a heart of steel.
As Iron Man, all jets ablaze, he's fighting and smiting with repulsor rays. Amazing armor,
There's Iron Man,
a blazing bomber.
There's Iron Man.
Man, that sounds good. Man, that sounds good in my ears. See, this show is only good for the clips, not for me, honestly. And I mean that wholeheartedly. We've got to honor this man, though. I'm late to the party talking about, I know you've guessed it, happy heavenly 100th birthday to Stan the Man Lee, who was born as Stanley Martin Lieber, Lieber, on Thursday, December 28th, 1922. That's 1922 in New York City. Along with artists Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, Stan made a massive mark on pop culture in print, television, and eventually film as the co-creator of an impressive list of characters, including comic book superheroes, the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, that's Ant-Man, the Incredible Hulk, Doctor Strange, Iron Man, Sergeant Nick Fury, Daredevil, Thor, which he adapted from Norse mythology, obviously the God of Thunder, the X-Men, the Black Panther, the Silver Surfer, and She-Hulk when he came out of retirement in 1979 to create. And he also created the Avengers, co-created the Avengers team, and many, 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 many more, many villains that appeared in those comic strips as well. So the Marvel Age of Comics began in August of 1961 when the Fantastic Four issue number 1 first appeared on newsstands and comic book racks, spinner racks in the USA. Had a cover date of November, but anyone that knows anything about circulation and distribution knows that, same with magazines, in those days, they were always 3 months ahead. And today, they're still ahead. But it's kind of an expiration date. When it gets to be November, you're supposed to yank that book off the newsstands. And man, I would yank off. You said yank off. No. I wish I had a dozen copies of Fantastic Four issue number 1, at least. That is where it all began, folks. And I've talked about this before. It irks me when I see, like, for instance, even the tribute to Stan Lee when he passed away. They had a big shindig in New York City, and it aired on ABC TV, now owned by Disney. By the way, we'll talk about it in a moment. Reportedly, Disney wants to sell ABC and ESPN. And they were the first really to get out of the radio business. It's like they can sense a downward trend. And their experts know when it's time to bail out. Get off that Titanic before it hits the iceberg. But Fantastic Four 1, the reason I think it did well, because, you know, all these specials, the Stan Lee special, you know, they talked about in that special, it irritated me because they say, oh, in November 61, Fantastic Four was released. No, it was August. Do your research. It was 3 months before that. And I think that's key because what happens in August? You know, back in those days, summer didn't end until Labor Day. So what happens in August? 4th of July has already happened. Kids are bored. It's a dog days of summer. I think timing is everything. Timing is everything when it comes to success. And that book came along at the right time. And comic books were down, especially for Timely, the publishers that became Marvel Comics in those days. They were publishing monster books. In the early 60s, monsters were in. That's why you had the Addams Family and the Munsters both debuting in 1964. Famous Monsters of Filmland, The Outer Limits in 1963. It was a trend, just like everything else in the country. There's always trends. In the 1980s, it was Vietnam movies like Hamburger Hill. I think really the Deer Hunter kind of started it in the late 70s. But in the 80s, you had all these Vietnam era movies. I won't bore you. You know, there's tons of them. What's the one I'm trying to think of with Charlie Sheen? Damn, Vietnam movie, big hit. That was the one that really started. Tom Berenger. It'll come to me. My mind is not sharp tonight. But Vietnam movies really were a thing. Just like after Star Wars, space movies were in. That's why James Bond diverted course. The end of Spy Who Loved Me, talked about this before. It's said, and it's to this day, it says James Bond will return in For Your Eyes Only. That was supposed to be the next movie. Well, that didn't come along until 1981. The next movie after Spy Who Loved Me was Moonraker, because they said, we got to do something about outer space. Now, the book was written way back in the 60s, so Ian Fleming had written Moonraker, thankfully, years before, but still, they decided to make that one to cash in on the space trend. There's always trends. So monsters were in, but Stan Lee took a chance with Jack Kirby with Fantastic Four issue 1 doing a superhero team story. And back then it was bi-monthly, meaning there was one issue out every couple of months, and it sold very, very well. And that's where the Marvel Age of Comics started. The Marvel Comics universe of movies are collectively the highest grossing movies of all time at the box office altogether. And after the Fantastic Four, you had the Incredible Hulk debuting in February 1962. You had Thor. You had Spider-Man and Amazing Fantasy 15 in 1962. Or maybe it was May 62, the Incredible Hulk. I get confused with the cover date, just going off my head here, the notes in my head. But you had all of these successes. Iron Man in Tales of Suspense, issue number 39. All these things were tremendous hits, and they were written at an adult level, just like Remind Magazine. Stan Lee wrote these stories poetically. I'm not sugarcoating this. He just did. In fact, do your research, as I did. I'm sorry, that sounds really negative, doesn't it? I'm not talking down to anybody here. That sounded bad. I hate it when people go, okay. Let me take a deep breath and calm the hell down. What most people know, I know most of the people in the nostalgic Podblast, this show's audience, the podience, as I affectionately call you guys and gals, know that it was college students and soldiers in the Vietnam conflict that were the biggest consumers of Marvel Comics in the beginning. It wasn't little kids. DC was still writing to little kids. They were writing stories for children. Marvel Comics, they dealt with real life issues. Peter Parker was always broke. He was always trying to get a date. He had love interest triangle problems, like he liked Betty Brant for a while at the Daily Bugle where he worked. He liked Mary Jane Watson. He liked his college love interests, Gwen Stacy, the ill-fated Gwen Stacy. Could go on and on and on. They had reality. That's why I think these connected with college students. And the rest is history. And thank goodness there's technology now to bring these stories to the silver screen and to Disney Plus in streaming shows. By the way, I was talking about how Disney, they bailed out of radio. It looks like they're bailing out of network TV, reportedly. Well, they also have, apparently, in terms of the Marvel stuff, they've bailed out of home video. They made a statement they're not going to release any of their streaming shows like She-Hulk or I'm trying to think of the one. I want to say Vision and the Scarlet Witch. That was a comic book title of a limited series they were in. WandaVision. Thank you. WandaVision. Thank you, brain. Why am I thinking my brain? You're going to think I'm a psycho. But all those streaming shows like that. Hawkeye. And by the way, we wish Jeremy Renner well in his road to recovery. There's a report. It's just devastating. He got Ezra alive. He was run over by his own heavy equipment. Sad story, and we wish him well. But anyway, the point is, all these streaming shows, Disney has announced they're not going to release them on home video, 4K, Blu-ray, nothing, DVD. And I think the strategy obviously is to retain subscribers of Disney Plus and to gain new subscribers. They're rolling the dice on that. But I don't know. I mean, I know there's a lot of people like me that would buy hard copies, but maybe they'll turn out home video. But again, it's a sign that Disney is they have such business savvy. They're just such geniuses that they know what to do. But of course, now I don't talk politics here. I think the new CEO is going to tone things back, and we'll see. Disney, they sustained pretty big losses because of COVID-19, primarily with their theme parks being shut down. That had a ripple effect that really hurt them. But of course, they still have tremendous assets, and they'll be just fine. And the Marvel movies are always making money at the box office, always. Now, you could say the quality wasn't great with the Eternals movie. It was panned. Some people didn't like Doctor Strange 2. I did. I liked it. I like Sam Raimi. I had no problem with that movie at all. But Thor 4, I can understand. I call it Thor 4. Thor Love and Thunder. I can understand why it's widely panned, but I don't want to be like a troll that they parodied in She-Hulk, the Disney Plus series that I really enjoyed. And thank God I got to interview Kenneth Johnson. And I asked him specifically, what did you think about the season 1 finale of She-Hulk using your footage you filmed as a director of the Incredible Hulk pilot, which was recut in the opening credits of the Incredible Hulk entire 5-season run? He loved it. Listen to what he had to say. I asked him, I'm just going to tease this. Nostalgic Podblast, I interviewed Kenneth Johnson live on November 17th, 2022, going back a ways. And it was a great interview. He's just such a great guy. I met him twice in person at collector shows in Tampa, Florida, and in Burbank, California in 2007. And I asked him, I said, were you told? Were you compensated? No, he goes, oh, I'm good. He said, no, listen, I'm just delighted. Here in his own words. I don't want to paraphrase. And he's just a hell of a guy. I wish him well with his new book and everything he has going on. And he can still direct. He should direct. If he wants to, he should direct. He puts a lot of humanity in everything he does. And it really shows. So Stan Lee, back to Stan Lee. He sadly passed away at the age of 95. Back on Monday, November 12th, 2018. Just shy of his December 28th, 96th birthday. And look up on YouTube, God Woke. It's about 12 minutes long. It's poetry that Stan Lee wrote. And in his own words at a convention in 1972, he performed it. There's a version on YouTube with background music. I don't recommend it. Distracts from it. See if you can find just the isolated audio of Stan Lee reading that. God Woke. It's incredible stuff. He was a poet. The legacy that Stan Lee gave the world truly is immortal. Look behind me if you're watching on camera. If you're listening at Fistful of Radio or FistFulOfRadio.com or Apple, wherever you can find this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, I appreciate you listening. I would direct you to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast. You'll see boxes and boxes of, I have thousands of comic books. I have a massive Marvel comic book collection, and I just love it. Meant to mention this, we were talking about the talents who died in 2022, specifically in this edition, January 2022, with one bonus from February 2022, Sally Kellerman. When I went to use the restroom in one of my bathrooms, I smelled something that smelled like death. I swear, I mean it. And it occurred to me, I thought, my God, what if there was an accident? I'm electrocuted live on camera while I'm remembering true pop culture legends, and I died live. That would be bizarre. And God, I hope it doesn't happen. But anything can happen. But I better wrap this up pretty soon because I've gone a long time. And also, my internet provider is going to start work. They said as early as 6 a.m. It's 2:37 a.m. on the East Coast as we're live. And I wouldn't want this to get cut off. So I need to do what I need to do behind the scenes. And I'll just say that finally concludes this episode's birthdays on the Nostalgic Podblast. And there's lots more to come. But that's a wrap for now. Whew. And I swear, I've not been snorting Amy Winehouse's ashes. It's the coffee, folks. I told that joke once. I wrote that, and this woman got so offended. I shouldn't say that because it's been a while. I loved Amy Winehouse. I loved her music, and that is bad. I'm sorry. We did the nostalgic treat of the week. That's Ding Dongs or King Dons. We did the fake rant of the week. The TV cliche of the week. No clip. As I told you, my TV cliche of the week, it could be a concept or a line of dialogue. This time it's a concept. Are you ready for this? Again, this is something... Now, this actually does happen in real life, but not like it does as a plot device in television, okay? And that's laryngitis. I can't talk. I've lost my voice. We saw it in many shows, but the condition of laryngitis is always cured within an hour's time. I actually got what I think was laryngitis, probably from talking so damn much. I did a 7-hour plus show last time. Who's going to listen to that? As Al Hardy told me, that's insane. And then he accused me of being on dope. I said, no, it's... They say insanity is repeating the same behavior, expecting a different result. That's actually a clinical definition of insanity. And I did the same thing tonight. I had a full pot of coffee. I had a $100,000 candy bar, fun size. Is it really fun, the little fun size? Not so fun to have a little bit. And I had a Snickers. Hungry, grab a Snickers. Here I am, running my mouth again. But hopefully you're having fun. I'm having fun bringing you this news and information and clips. But, oh, shucks. I want to tell you, the next person that subscribes to the Nostalgic Podblast, you got to comment so I know. Send me a PM or private message. I want to send you a free DVD set of Bewitched, if you still can play DVDs. You know, the technology gods don't want us consuming DVDs anymore. That's why they've taken away from laptops and MacBooks the compartment to play DVDs, but they still make them. They still make DVD players as portable DVD players, and of course, I prefer 4K. I'm looking forward to the Superman the Movie 4K set. There's a guy, I used to know this guy when he lived in Atlanta, Jim Bowers, capedwonder.com. He's got some exclusive there about the 4K release. I direct you there. Check that out. Check out, who else can I talk about here? I guess that's it for now. I wish you all a great, great week. Thanks for listening to us. I would encourage you to listen to Retro Music Cuts on the on Fistful of Radio. There's going to be a Saturday night edition of just disco songs. Saturday Night Fever. Actually, it's going to be, what did I call it? Saturday Retro Music Cuts. Oh, I wrote it down. I forgot. I need to get some sleep. It's late. It's almost 3 a.m. on the East Coast as we're live. But I would encourage you to go to FistFulOfRadio.com. Check out the schedule. We have a lot of good pop culture stuff. Oh, Retro. That's what it was. Retro Zest. I wanted to plug Retro Zest and RetroZest.com. This guy Curtis has awesome guests. He's been a big help to this show. And I really enjoy his program. And he keeps chugging along. It airs every weekend on Fistful of Radio, which you can stream for free anywhere in the world at FistFulOfRadio.com. His show comes on at 8:30 in the morning Eastern Time. That's Atlanta time, 8:30 to 10 a.m. And you can hear that on Fistful and on his platforms too. My gosh, just go to RetroZest.com. And he's got some swag, and he sells T-shirts, and he has merchandise, and he has all sorts of fun stuff going on. That's Curtis. And he's my buddy. So y'all chill. I hope your 2023 is better than 2022. We're all in this together. Let's just wish for the best and stay healthy, my friends. Good night.